Okay. Okay. Where I'm going to start with is, this is going to be, I'm going to try and not talk is what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to do visual. This is a standard coil. Let's see.
So we're rolling now?
This is a standard coil. The grand unified field theory. Inexhaustible energy, end all diseases, produce unlimited food, travel anywhere in the universe, fusion, vortex energy, ionic acoustic levitation, gravitons, the ultimate fundamental particle in the universe, the underpinning geometry of the universe, morphogenic fields, flux thruster atom pulsar. Okay. This is what the Rodin coil, they named it after me. I had a different name for it. That's the Rodin coil. I call it the flux thruster atom pulsar, but it didn't catch on. That's my logo. Times divide plus and minus in one logo. That's because I figured out how to do all the functions of math instantly. Okay, the topic is called Point Energy Creation Physics. My company is aerodynamics. It's not the air in the atmosphere. It's the lumiferious ether, as our very informative gentleman friend Alistair was mentioning. But it's an inertia ether on top of that. It's not a static, stationary ether. The conventional education and training that everyone had is they still related to kind of as like a loquacious jello. I hate calling something a loquacious jello, but you know, with jello food colors and everything else, it's not a jello, this invisible fluid. It's a pulse, it's a surge, and it has a vector, has a phasing. It has every attribute and property that we can imagine. And that's what we're going to learn about.
Are you saying it's within 3D?
It creates 3D. It is inseparable from 3D. It makes it 3D. Everybody here is representative, is Professor Glennon. Think of it as if he doesn't win your case here, then he goes home to his office and you all go to jail. He's going to represent you. Yeah, you're the representative. Will you ask the first question? What it is it's linear. It doesn't bend. The whole topic today is about the number 9. Now, number 9's been a big mystique in everything we know. Cloud 9, love potion number 9, the most great name of God equals number 9. In Baha'i scriptures, Baha is the equation for it, 2151. We'll come to that. To answer your question specifically about this energy is the only thing that comes from the whole, from zero, the vortex. It goes out linearly in all directions. Nothing can resist it. Nothing can resist it. It penetrates everything. It leaves its reticulation pattern. It leaves a grain. It animates everything. It is the source of the non-decaying spin of the electron. You take this energy away and the universe will become destitute and void. Okay?
But you can't really talk about it as linear because that's reference to 3D.
It's your z-axis. Okay? You have your vertical axis, your horizontal axis, and then you have your z-axis, which is distinct from the surface topology, okay, of the logarithmic spiral. Okay? Okay. Okay. We will cover this. This topic will reemerge, what we're addressing right now, every 2 minutes. What he just started will never be finished. We're going to tackle it from every avenue. Okay? It's going to be like a lion and we're going to grab it by the tail. Okay, so this coil is what a coil looks like. This is a standard conventional coil. It's all parasitic. These were certified results from Hewlett-Packard that I am indeed getting double the output, that our mathematics, our numbers were not false, that they were authentic. They validated it. And used millions of dollars of test equipment, and this is the Rodin coil without the parasitics as compared to a standard coil, showing that there is not resistance compared. There is not harmonic discordance. There is not friction. My whole goal is to get rid of friction, to get rid of resistance, is to make electricity synchronize. And the kind of electricity that I'm making is synchronized electricity. I'm walking here like on a boat. Okay. This is a standard coil, but I'm going to turn it into the Rodin coil. A standard coil is based on how many wraps you have around the outside. Those are called turns. And they say that determines then your magnetic output, inductance and stuff. It's totally primitive science. What I found, what they were shocked at Hewlett-Packard is nobody could even say it's because of this. They tried to make up, they said there must be some other reason. Everybody said, but they came to the conclusion, it's what I said from the beginning, it is the geometry alone of the wire that's producing all this extra magnetism. Okay? They said there would be a 20% savings in copper alone using this design for big transformers. They said even a 5% of copper would have been immense. Of course, that wasn't my goal to use alternating current. My goal was to obsolete it and get rid of it. I'm a just tear the veils down with a roaring, crashing sound kind of guy. And my goal is to replace it with a whole other type of technology, a whole other type of energy, and do it with a big noise. Okay. So how I change this coil, okay, we have two wires, okay, first of all. And this is the best we can do on art, so please understand. It's light, it's portable, and that's why I use these tarps. They're wonderful mediums. And yes, you can use my idea. Anytime you need to make a presentation, it only costs $7, and it sure beats a $500 sign from a retail. So, and these are, I'm using dry erase, and these other ones were permanent markers, and it's the big tip. Okay, so what I did was I had two wires. One's red, one's blue. One of them, the electricity goes out. The other one, the electricity goes in. Everyone follow me? Pretty easy? And now it's always based on thirds. It's called a binary triplet. Okay? It's real important, the fact that I'm talking about something that's binary, but it's really a binary thirds. And I know that's a mind boggler. How can that be? But I'll show you. Okay, so the third you always leave alone. It's an empty space. You don't put anything there. That's where the etheron flux magnetic field. In other words, let's just say that's where the field occurs. Okay?
Are you doing your coil now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it into my coil. Right now it's a conventional coil. See how steep the slope is? That's a normal coil. The Rodin coil, it's a very gradual type incline. See how slow it twirls in, like water in a whirlpool? Okay? It's as least acute incline as you can have in winding this coil on this using 3 parts. Any questions, Charlie?
Well, I feel pretty ignorant in asking this, but you have to have alternating current to generate that magnetic.
I'm using, and it's only from how I interpret my numbers. I think it's PDC, pulse direct current. To tell you the truth, though, I didn't make this coil. I'm not the electrical engineer. I am, we all know I'm the presenter today, okay? And I hate to say that I'm not the person who does all this stuff. Essentially, you, Charlie, and everyone else are going to have to be the one who's going to have to coax out of these inventions how to activate them and how to harness it. Okay, and that's what it takes in electrical engineering. You just don't go and give any electrical engineer an invention, a coil, and say, turn it on. They have to play with it. They have to finesse. They have to have a finesse to what would be a term for it? To you have to massage it. Okay, you have to massage the coil. You have to work with the different type of sine waves. You have to work with the different types of voltage. A lot of people say it's not an electrical coil. They say it's a field generator coil. It's totally different than an electrical coil. Okay? That's certainly true because the magnetic field on this coil, they've never seen a magnetic field like this. The field is not like the standard conventional coil. The field is contained in the torus, and they don't have to shield it. In the FDC, what is it, FCC? The airplanes, whatever. They're happy with these kind of coils because they don't need shielding. But the Rodin coil doesn't have its field on the inside. My coil is a total inversion type coil. All my field is evenly distributed over the surface of the coil. It's just the opposite of what the other one's doing. I think we should share names. Okay? We'll start this way, we'll come around.
Kiva.
Hi, Kiva.
Govind.
Gori.
Govind.
Govind. Hi, Govind.
Jiva.
Jiva.
Maj.
Maj,
Judy.
Judy,
Charlie.
Charlie,
Sunshine.
Sunshine,
Brian.
Brian, and Marco, Herb, and Bob. Okay. Okay. Now, so in turning this into a rodent coil, how I do it is I go from 1 to 2. Okay? So the blue wire here will go all the way across through the vortex and will go over here to connect to there. And then 2 will go to 3. It'll come out over here. It's kind of hard to tell where it comes out, so I just better go like that. It'll go like this. And then 3 will go to 4 over here. Where's 4? Right here. Okay? And it's going in spires. Okay? So, and then 1, 2, 3. And then 4 will go to 5. Is that right? Which is way over here. Now the important thing is I began at 1. I passed it on the 1, 2, on the third time around. It's already going in spires, these wires. Normal coils, they just begin, go around, and stop where they began. But what I'm doing is I'm actually building a star, okay, which is real significant. Okay. And now here's the thing. Once you pass in the spire here, and it crosses to here, this winding is at a right angle to that winding. All my fields now have a unique angle to them. And on top of it, I'm creating, though you can't see it, I do have a chart on it, an invisible polarization in between the spires where they pass each other. Okay, does everyone follow that a little bit? It's okay. I just wanted you to see this chart and just get an idea how it's wound. Now there's 2 wires, so that was the blue wire. So the red wire would have been doing the same thing, which would have been going 1, 2, and it's the space, remember, is always in between them. 3, where next? 1, 2, that wasn't 3, that was 12. Wow.
3's across from it.
3's over here. There we go. 3,
4 across from it. Connect the dots.
4, 5. Alrighty.
You got it.
Thank you.
Is that one winding, you're saying?
2. It's 2 windings.
The red and the blue are constitute one winding each. Is that what you're saying?
No. Separate circuits, separate wires, not ever to be related.
2 windings.
It's a bifilar coil. There's 2 windings, exactly right. Just like male-female, it's a duality. Except it's really trinary because an invisible space in between them.
But the red and the blue are the 2 windings.
Exactly.
All right.
Right. And the white is the higher dimensional energy, okay, which is going to be explaining you number 9. It's interesting?
I know, I was trying to figure out what you meant by one winding, because it's going to 3 different, going to...
It's one wire that eventually comes around. Now we're going to look at an easier chart. So we'll look at a chart that depicts it a little bit easier. Okay. Let's see if I have where that chart is. Here it is. Okay. So the chart that depicts that a little is this one right here. This is one winding, this is the other winding, and the space is always represented by 3, 9, 6. 3 plus 6 equals 9. 3 and 3 is 6. So the dotted line is always 3s and 6. 3, it's going 3, 6. Anything that's a multiple of 3 you leave alone. Okay? So here's the windings, and a half. So 1 goes to here, to here, to here. Here's your right angle. 1 and 10 are right angles to one another, which was the third one. 1, 2, 3. Now we're on the 4th. Everyone follow that? And this is 1 wire, this is 2 wire, but I have to separate them because when you look at this, you can't tell that there's 2 together. Okay. This is the construct for perfection for everything in the universe is based on that, which you will know shortly. They also use this to produce fusion. This is a fusion reactor. And I call one the right doubling circuit, one the left doubling circuit, the winding schematic for inexhaustible energy. I call the primal point of unity is the hole right here where the emanation's coming out of. Number of permutations defining the invisible. And that's what we're going to be learning is number of permutations, how they work. Okay? Can everyone see that real well? Yeah? Okay. Now, I might tell you that the reason I'm explaining to you in such a technical fashion right now is because I needed some variation in how I've been presenting it mathematically. So this is kind of like my change of theme for me. So this is a whole different. So I'm instead explaining it to you now this way because the other day I've been explaining in schools and I've been doing it mostly mathematically. But okay, so here's my flyer on where I give classes. That's been at the Manoa Innovation Center. I give them at many different places. These are the topics. Jane gave me a beautiful flyer. It's in the shape of a pyramid. All my friends who helped me on this, it's all been a free gift. They donate their time and help. I'm very blessed for that because otherwise I would not even be around. I'd be sleeping on a shipwrecked beach someplace. Now don't laugh. This is for my homepage. Okay. And this is that's my homepage number, rodin.org. These are my letters, correspondences, web and page mail, articles, scientific results. We haven't gotten hardly anything up there yet, but we'll have it up there in about 30 days. We've got pictures up there so far. I, Marco Rodin, do declare with witnesses present that I am hereby giving to the world to use my complete work, aerodynamics, the dandelion puff principle, point energy creation physics, in return for one third of the gross of all income derived therefrom. This is to be based upon the honor system with no legal recourse by either and all parties concerned. Everything shall be voluntary. Thus my copyright and intellectual property is now placed in the trust of the public domain. May all of mankind profit therefrom. Further, it is my will that any money derived therefrom shall be used to print and disseminate the hidden words of Baha'i sacred scriptures. Much aloha. And that's for me. Those are my fingerprints. And this is when I started making the coil correctly because I'm making it out of a plasma gas. This says paid $100 for a prototype flux thruster atom pulsar Rodin coil made out of glass tubes and argon gas to be hand blown by George Glasser. Would you believe that his last name is Glasser? From time immemorial they've been blowing glass from Germany. He escaped out of Germany in I think it was 85. If he just hung in there a little longer, he could have walked out. And he didn't tunnel out or anything. They actually threw him out. It's interesting because they threw him out because of the fact that they put him in jail for a year, and when it was time to release him, he said he was going to tell them how bad the system was and stuff, and he was just such an outspoken guy, they just threw him out, which was, I guess it was easier than fighting him any longer. So, and his family's from time immemorial been blowing glass. Okay. This is, let's see. This is some of my places where I've taught. Airspace America, George Bush was the master of ceremonies. There was 30 congressmen pregnant was like it. They all had...
Freudian slip there.
Well, I was just going to say, they all had red jackets and black ties. It wasn't really all that pretty, really. And I had like my own huge dining room table. It was just hard work, and nobody understood a thing anyway. But they said I had the most revolutionary propulsion system ever created. And they stuck me with Boeing Electronics. General Atomics is right here, who work in fusion. Well, I decided I'd better do my work in DNA, which was my goal. So I actually, as you are going about to learn about DNA, figured out the secret of DNA. And so I published at the biggest genetic engineering conference in the world. This is the most heavily attended in the world. These are all doctors with PhD. Here's senior research scientist. Here's another doctor, VP, process development. And here's me. I should have been at some title. I guess we'll call me resident, I guess, what? Call me resident mind jogger or whatever. Mind jogger. And then the response to my work here went to the German Journal of Oncology, which studies cancer, said my work's of extreme importance. To me, your conclusions are very likely. I recommend your paper for publication in the German Journal of Oncology. Please keep me informed of your further work. Sincerely, Dr. Hanze Niedberg. That was very flattering. I expect people to endorse my work. I'll tell you something, though. I get huge endorsements. The number one. I can teach anywhere in the world I want. But the higher the endorsements, they understand very, very little of my work. Very little. But they immediately they've had certain experiences in their life over their 10, 20, 30, 40 years in their profession. And as soon as they see the work and they look at it, it makes a connection of something happened 10 years ago. Like the president of an organization, Bob Ulick, said, I had the most detail and quality ever done on Torah. It's the best he ever saw. Then he goes on and tells me about the story about how this man was working on the same thing. The military held him captive, and he had to actually climb over the fence to get out of that compound. All these weird things. But I get all these incredible compliments. But do they really understand my work? No, they don't. And that's what my goal is. Okay, my goal is not... I went here to get my work understood, not to get these endorsements. I started at the top because I thought it would be the easiest. Okay, actually, the easiest is educating you. I learned a lesson. And it's you who's going to have to figure out how everyone else is going to learn this. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, the first thing next I'm going to do is put these over here. Put this here. Here's our good old multiplication table. And I hope I don't do anything wrong. I'm going to try to take down our coil. So here's a side view of the coil. Here's the emanations coming out. These green arrows emanations are the focal center. It is spirit. It is what Charlie asked about, which was, what was your question earlier again, Charlie? What is the 9, the z-axis?
Yeah. It was when you talk about linearity, you were implying 3D because that's really a metaphor in the 3D system.
Right.
And
Linearity. Linearity creates 3D. Okay? In other words, when the ivy vines are crawling in the jungle, okay, and everything's warped and curved, they have to have a substrate. They have to have something linear to wrap around, which is the tree limbs and branches. Okay? We'll come back to that again. Okay. So, I guess my assistant can help me here. Uh-oh. Now, Sunshine's a Baha'i, which is a religion. I'm of that same religion. And because I never undertalk an audience, that is the most great name of God. That is a symbol. That's God's petroglyph. In other words, while we were all doing our own petroglyph stuff, God was doing His too. Okay? And what was the purpose of our petroglyphs? But to essentially find the Supreme, the most great being. All coherent intelligence, perfect brainwaves, as Spock would say. So, let's keep me from talking. We'll just start. I take a number, archetypal value. I say 4 times 1 equals 4. 4 times 2 equals 8. 4 times 4 is 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36. Everyone get that? It's very important for your math children, Judy. Okay. I then have another column of 4s over here, but I don't have these numbers. I have other funny numbers. Like 36 down here, I have a 9. Now where did that 9 come from? I casted out 9s. It also can be called cross addition, horizontal math, or summing. So I said 3 plus 6 equals 9. Okay? 3 plus 2. I found it's easier for you to understand by going backwards in 4s. So instead of starting down like this, I'm going backwards. It's really easy when you do things backwards sometimes. So 3 plus 2 equals 5. Right? So I have a 5 now. 2 plus 8 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 24 is 6. 20 is 2. 16 is 7. 12 is 3. 8 is 8. And 4 is 4. So what I've done is I've archetypal value. It's hard to say word. Okay? Over here I'm calling it quantum numerology. Course 45, it still equals 9. That's not by accident. Here we have 40 is 4. 35 is 8. 30 is 3. 25 is 7. And here I'm saying telltale numbers. Hope Edgar Allan Poe doesn't sue me for this. Taking his title. And I actually take the multiplication table and reduced it from standard multiplication table to a very simple multiplication table. I call it a kid's multiplication table. Okay. Here I say 0 is not a member of any multiplication series. Here I'm saying preferred frame of reference explained through number patterns. A little too deep right now. I also say time and frequency, too deep right now. We were talking about time before we started. And we used to think of Leon Russell as the master of time, space, and reality. And what I have done is I've actually got a hands-on grip of time. Okay? Time to me is a phasing, a sequence order, is what Charlie is referring to as, how do we say it again, the invisible energy? The linearity. Our world of time does not have any linearity. We try to think in time as a continuous sequence that's a straight line. Time is not straight in our physical world of mass. That's why I have so much trouble functioning as human beings, because in our mind, time is straight. In the higher dimensions which our mind occupies, time is straight. Time follows a logarithmic spiral of infinity, and this is the pathway that time takes. Okay? And this chart is going to explain time. Okay, so let's follow the pathway of time. We have a circle. This is supposed to be round. Unfortunately, though, it was very hard for me to make round. So it doesn't look round, but it is. It's called the circle of life. It would more correctly look like this. I guess I can probably set it over here.
It's the shape of the Tibetan endless knot.
You guys speak real loud.
Is the shape of the Tibetan endless knot. It's the eternal interconnectedness of all.
You know that shape?
It's actually more like the shape, that one.
But that knot theory and knots and how women do their knots in their hairs in certain cultures and all different things, you're right, it's exactly this field. It's also called forget what it's called. It has to do with Klein bottles. What's it called?
Mobius strip.
Mobius strip, but there's a word for
Well,
it.
lemniscate, too, the idea of the symbol for infinity is very much like that, only it's round.
You gotta speak loud. Lemna?
The lemniscate is what we always see as infinity, which is rounded. If you take the corners out of that, that's the lemniscate.
And when I brought back
It's a
in,
symbol of infinity.
what my contribution is, I brought in the intersection points. I brought in the matrix to it, so we can have, it's called the underpinning geometry of the universe. It's real important, because if you can have a lattice structure, which is what this is showing, interferometry pattern, see how it gets bigger and smaller? They're little whole screens, but they make bigger patterns when they overlap and stuff. Then you can actually scale it from microscopic to macroscopic to infinity. It's called fractals, or self-similar growth, recursive scrolling. It's essentially this Moiré pattern. It's the secret of how everything works. This circle, this shape in here, and the corners and stuff, is what I want you to be experts on. We have three elements. We have the infinity symbol, the lazy 8. We have the green element, which is the pyramid, let's say. It does not connect on the base. It connects at the top. That's very important because it's a vector. And we have the gold right here, which is the emanation coming out of the center, okay, which is the primal point of unity. It's 0, where, and when. Why do I call this Easter eggs? Why do I call it cookie crumbs? And why do I say, well, the bounded infinity is what this is? Numbers are real. Because I'm about to show you, when we do a computer program, the programmers leave us little messages, if we are lucky enough to find them. God left us big messages. Okay? These are what are called his signs and attributes. Okay? Everyone still with me? Okay. So, we count on the circumference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? But as I already said, time on the third dimension moves in a spiral, and it does not move linearly. So I'm going to show you, and everything starts from the inside out in creation. Everything inside out arose inside out. So we're going to now stick on time, though, and we're going to follow the pathway of time in our physical world, third dimension, curving, warped universe. Number one, we have no trouble with. One God, one universe. What does it do? It doubles to 2. What does 2 do? It doubles to 4. Well, that's definitely how things work in our universe. We have 4 cells, 8 cells in conception when we're conceived. Then we have 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. No trouble? Okay. Now 4 doubled and becomes 8. Okay? And 8 doubles and becomes 16. Okay? Now these charts I'm covering up, we're going to be coming back to, so you don't have to be concerned if you didn't see all the information. I'm going to actually reverse my path as well. So sure enough, I went 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. But on our circle here, we still have a 7. You see our 7 over here? Okay? Now, where did I get that 7 from? I said 1 plus 6 equals 7. No problem? As Alistair said, he said, like I'm going to repeat this. What did he say? Numerology is the something, something, something?
Yeah,
I forget what he said.
Yeah. Isn't that the problem with life? We hear all this great stuff and...
that's why we have this.
Right.
It's also interesting, though, the casting out 9s. Another way to think of that is that it's the remainder. When you divide 9 into 16, you get 7. It's the remainder. It's how many you've gone over.
Say it one more time.
If you divide 9 into 16, you get 1 and 7 left over, right?
Yeah, taking a mod.
Right. You're doing mod 9 arithmetic, actually, with this
Wait,
casting out 9.
16 divided by 9 equals what?
Equals 1 with remainder 7. Right? It's
No,
7.
it can't be.
Oh, yeah.
Because 16 is 1 plus 6 is 7.
Right.
Oh,
so
one
you're looking at the
remainder 7?
You're looking at the remainder. Another way to look at what you're doing is to look at the remainder.
Oh.
This is casting out 9s. You're casting out how many times 9 went into it, and you're looking at the number that's left over. So it's as if we say 12 o'clock, then we say 1 o'clock instead of 13 o'clock, because we're starting from 0 over again.
Yeah, we're going, just like you said, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this is 10.
Yeah.
1 plus 0 is 1,
It's the
11, 1 and 1 is 2.
After you divide 9 into 10, you get 1 left over. So it's the excess of going around the clock once.
Well, Barney's going to be very thankful. He's our host, and we've been trying to get somebody to explain it clearly, and he just did it for us.
Yeah, so when you're dividing, it turns out that you can just add the numbers, the digits together, and do your mod 9 arithmetic that way.
By adding them together?
By adding 1 and 6, you get the same as if you divided
Right.
9 into 16 and you look at the remainder. It works. I mean, and it's not too hard to show that either,
Right.
mathematically.
Right. And you just did it real well. Thank you. So the reason I'm reducing these to single-digit numbers for you, everybody, is because I'm going to show you how to look at time. I could explain it more, but I'm going to be short words. Okay. So 16 doubled is 32. And I really mean see time. When I say look, everything I'm saying, I mean literally. And 3 plus 2 is 5. Everyone following that? This is a steel rail. You must stay on it. It's a train track. You can't go off it. Okay? Now 32 doubled is 64. And 6 and 4 is 10 is 1. Back to 1. 128, 11, 2. 256, 13, 4. 5, 12, 8. 1024, 7. Etc. It'll go on infinitely, of course. Everyone follow that? Okay. Remember, I'm trying to show you how from the inside it crosses the axis, that it's very important that I'm trying to show you there's something inside it. There's something in the middle. Okay? No one's ever been able to see this inside the middle before. Okay? Okay. Now, assistant Judy, please. Okay. Assistant Judy, please. I need the Easter eggs. Would you please, while I'm explaining this, take out one Easter egg, any one you want, and put it right where it belongs. Okay. There you have it. Okay. Goes together, right. You guys like Easter eggs? Yeah?
And those inside?
Huh?
Yes.
There's nothing in them. I've been trying for weeks to figure out what to put in them. I can't figure it out. Oh, crystals. There we go. Put crystals in them. That's a good recommendation. Okay, I just flipped the chart. Oops, too soon for this one. It's okay that you saw it, though. No point in having your mind race ahead, though, because the secret is we got to be calm, cool, and collected. Then we can assimilate better. As relaxed as we can be. And as comfortable as we can be. Isn't that relaxing? Okay. Here we have, going backwards, we see that the 1 connects to the 5. Okay? So we're going to go backwards instead. So a half of 1 is 0.5. A half of 0.5, okay, and there's a 5 matching a 5. Then a half of 0.5 is 0.25. But 2 plus 5 equals 7. This is where it starts to suddenly hit home that you see that I really am meaning perfection when I say perfection. And what does perfection mean in your life? This is when it starts getting personal to you. And when you start taking it internally. Okay, so now 0.25 is a 0.5 is a half of 0.25, and 0.25, half of that is 0.125. Well, 1 plus 2 plus 5 equals an 8, still. These numbers are never changing, they're never moving. A half of 0.125 equals 0.0625, which equals 13, which equals 4. Half of 0.0625 equals 0.03125, which equals 11, which equals 2. Equals 0.01625 if we half of this again, which is 1. And I can't say the numbers after that. I'm not going to try because it's just too long. Does everyone understand that so far? All I was doing was happening? Our end goal is to explain eternity. Because eternity is that linearity. This emanation is eternal. It's the light of eternity. And that's, we talk about in our aura, we talk about it in the radiance of good health. We call it prana, chi, orgone, spirit. Indians have many names for it.
That's timeless, though, isn't it?
No.
Or at least it's timeless in this. Well, I'm picturing it this way. Correct me, please. I picture it as.
Actually, I was
coming
wrong
out
for
of-
saying
out
no.
Out of the plane of the circuit of time, it comes as a perpendicular, and its intersection with the time is what we're seeing there. But it actually comes perpendicularly out. Okay, so. In that sense, it's dimensionless only except when it intersects the...
Totally correct.
Yeah.
Pretty heavy duty, huh?
Yeah.
I call it
So
omnidimensional.
that's why I say it's hard to talk about linearity, because we think linearity in three dimensions, and it's really out of the dimension of 3D.
I suffered walking down the halls of UCLA. They say, well, you should be going to linear science. I go to the professors of linear science, and they don't, everything is curvature. And I'm saying, what's going on here? They don't even use the term.
But we're still modeling that in terms of what we see every day. We're using models, and it's very hard to depict that because it's beyond our perception.
I was like 17 or 18, and I just said, the name on the door doesn't match in the science building with the math department. When they're saying linear science, linear mathematics, I said, where's the linear?
Yes, but they're talking about something different.
Totally. Yeah. What he just said was that this energy going out is omnidimensional. The only thing that we can have for an analogy for it is the queen on a chessboard. You know, the old king, he's really straddled, just one little step at a time. He's definitely hindered, okay? But, or a duke, or a king, or a castle, they move certain ways. But the queen can move diagonally, she can move horizontally, vertically, she can move any way she wants. She defines the whole game. She's our most prized piece in the game of chess. Okay. Yes, Judy?
I don't know if it's appropriate to say this, but in my mind, God and man, and then the Spirit of God. And the Spirit of God is this. The energy or action or the life that we have from God that connects us is the Spirit of God. We want to go with that word, the Holy Spirit, or whatever you want to call it.
Spirit is fine.
But
If you want to be fancy, you can call it a theta particle, tachyon, why not? Graviton,
so is
monopole is fine.
what that is? That what that is?
That's what that is. It is the glue that holds the universe together. Sometimes you call it, you know what you can call it? Sometimes people call it love.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's the it's the observer in the subatomic.
It's omnipotent, omniscient, all-observing. It is God's neurons. It is how He is seeing us, no matter what we're doing at all times, in all places, all the time. It's how He keeps us on a leash, too. But that's a little heavy duty.
Right. And it can be the little voice.
And it can be what?
The little voice. You know, the teacher, the witness that we are, that we have a witness that...
That's right. Everything we do is inscribed in crystallite because of it. That's right. There is, just like in Zardoz, everything that people did had a little crystal going through their brain and it was preserved. And when their body died, they were just reinvented. And if they'd broken any of the laws, they just aged them. And if they were really bad, they were banished to the endless old people's ballroom. You remember that?
No.
Yeah. What is that?
An old movie?
No one knows Zardoz?
Is that
Well, you know, I lived in Beverly Hills, and you know, it got to the point, what can you do? And they're always looking for unusual things there. And so Sean Connery played the lead. Came out. He was a super advanced. He was done genetically engineered to an advanced being. This advanced civilization of mankind. One of them was broken the laws. They all wanted to die because this crystal was preserving everything they were. So he invented this most advanced man on the planet. So he would kill them all and destroy their civilization so he could die, because everything was always preserved. So So Sean Connery played this being that had total mind control, and he could control his emotions and feelings, and he essentially, it was a real fun movie. It was my kind of movie because it was a parody and a satire and a humor based on technology as being the solution to our requirements.
So it was like a government-controlled karma crystal? Or
That's exactly what it was. You got it exactly right. Government-controlled karma crystal. You're giving the world ideas. Okay. Since I said the word technology, I have a saying. Numbers are technology. Okay. Math is a science. And the universe is a machine. And spirit is mechanical. When we talk about God, when we talk about spirit, when we talk about human beings, we try to not get our head guillotined, cut off by offending the infrastructure, the hierarchical society, institutions, and governments, corporations. In the case here, the fact is that spirit is harnessable. It can be used as a work wheel. It is actually a source of drive that can be made into an engine. And it's the energy that God used to create our universe, our cosmology. And universe means one. There's only one universe, and that's the world of creation. There's many worlds within this world, but there's only one physical world of creation. And we'll go on. I'll come back to it. Now, we saw this again, 525.125. So, let's take a look at, let's see, this chart here. May fall, but that's all right.
Move these posters out more so they'll lever them.
They're real heavy though. The powers of 10 come from half of 1 is 0.5. That would be 1 over 1, by the way, correct? 1 line 1. This would be 5 over 10. Okay? So the 10 goes there. This would be 25 line 100. 100 would go there. This would be 125 thousandths. Okay, so we have now 625 ten thousandths, 3,125 hundred thousandths. This is called the powers of 10. 1 times 10 is 10, 10 times 10 is 100, 10 times 100 is 1,000. 10 times 1,000 is 10,000. 100,000, million, 10 million, 100,000, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, a trillion. Everyone have it? Okay. Now, with the 10 right there, the third time that the 10 reoccurs again is exactly horizontal. But it had to go 1, 2, 3 to re-emerge again. This energy has a phasing in thirds. What I just did, Sunshine, is you could hear it? Oh, good. Okay, so the 10s are horizontally lining up, these are horizontally lining up, and these are horizontally lining up. Why? Because there's a spray, okay, shooting out from the center. This is a spray. They're like little BBs, okay? We see the points here are mirrors. They're totally different than these two and totally different from these two, just as the tens are different from the hundreds are different from the ones. Okay? So in our infinity, we have 3 horizontal lining ups of 3 pairs, with each pair being totally different from the other pairs. Does everyone see that? These pairs are kind of deep in the inside, these are way on the outside, and these are kind of in the middle. Okay? Because of the sprays making that shape, that construct. We see that tens are always here, we see that hundreds are always here, and ones are always here, no matter what. Here's a million, here's a billion. They're always going to still be ones. Okay? Now, this is a geometry. And in science and math today, they teach that numbers, as in arithmetic, cannot explain geometry. And I discovered they were wrong. I discovered that numbers are geometry. Numbers are not modeling something, they are the model themselves. It's a real big discovery. It means that 5 billion people would flunk math. Okay? The only problem is if these 2 points are perfect mirrors, there's an axis down the center, everything's a mirroring right and left, it's called bilateral symmetry. Then what do we do with the 1 and 8, since they're not mirrors? Or the 2 and 7, since they're not mirrors? Or the 4 and 5, since they're not mirrors? Okay. Well, do we throw out the whole system? Do we say that we finally found something that was incorrect in my discovery? That mathematically it's obsolete already? We challenge it to the maximum. Any error, any mistake anywhere in it, any incongruity, we rip and tear this thing apart. And we find out where that error and what that is, and if it's really wrong. So the only way I can do that is I go ahead and I say, well, where's our symmetry that I've been talking about? Where's our parity? Where's our mirroring? Where's our wings? See how the right side over here is a perfect mirror? They're like 2 wings on a bird flying. Where is it? So I take our multiples of 1 from the standard multiplication table, I reduce them to single digit, which I call the kids' multiplication table, using horizontal math, and I look at the symmetry. Well, multiples of 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, multiples of 8 is 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9. I look at multiples of 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Multiples of 7 are perfect mirror. 7, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2, 9. I look at multiples of 5 and 4. 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9, which is the total reverse of 5. 5, 1, 6, 2. Everything's a mirror. 3 is 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9. 6 is 6, 3, 9, 6, 3, 9. But 9, it's self-similar. It's always 9, 9, 9, 9. So let's see if that's true. So sure enough, I go multiples of 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That means 8's the last number before 9. I better have an 8 over here being a mirror of that 8. And I better have a 7 after it. But 2 8's is 16. I'm writing them for your benefit, which is 7. 3 8's is 24. There it is again, which is a 6. 32, 5, 44. And of course I got 3, 2, 1, 9 after it, because once I got 3 numbers, I got a stereoscopic projection. I know all the remaining numbers are going to be in the same sequence. Perfect mirrors. The real clincher is when I do it with 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay? Which is 7, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2, 9. 2 7s is 14, which is 5. 21, 3, 28, 10, 1. 7 times 5 is 35, 8, etc. 42, 6. Everyone follow that? Any statements, anybody?
The number,
I have 9.
You like 9?
the number for
It's safe. You're playing it safe.
the number for
You
the
bring
universe.
apples to the teacher?
The number for the universe, boys and girls, is 9.
Say it again.
The number for the universe, like Sesame Street, is 9.
In Sesame Street, you said no for the
You know how?
I never saw Sesame
Oh,
Street.
well, they always had a number of the day. This is the number for the universe.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
The number for the universe is 9. Exactly right. In fact, the saying is that the universe is created after 9 conditions. That's in the Sarata Hayakal. It's called the Suri of the Temple. It's a Baha'i scripture that's very old. So the universe has been created after 9 conditions. What's a condition? We're going to find out what a condition is. Each number has its own condition. There's never any redundancy. Okay?
So what about primes?
Judy says, what about primes? Right? I think that's a little bit more harder than for us to go into at this moment. But it totally encompasses all primes and how they work. But I have bad news. The definition for a prime is not a true prime.
Would it work in your system?
This system is what creates primes.
But have you experimented with primes?
I have spent very little time on it. I went ahead and with primes, I kind of realized pretty fast that the definitions, we have to have conventional definitions for things so we all can agree in different countries on what we're working on. And I immediately realized, as soon as I looked at primes, that their definition of primes was false. There's a lot more to primes than they were understanding. So what I do is I prefer to tie this in with primes. So if we wanted to just do a whole session on primes, not a session even, I would call it a brainstorming together to see about how to present primes, then we'd have to do it. But I could never do primes alone. I can't do any conventional type of math alone. I would have to take both of your, since you're both math teachers, participation together, working with me and sharing, because I haven't learned the nomenclature of existing math. And one other thing is I need everything on a personal level. So when I study and learn the textbooks and stuff, if I don't have a friend there for when I have a question, I just kind of get burnt out on it real fast. And, okay, everyone? So where I was just a second ago was I was going to show that numbers have a fundamental quality. Okay? Fancy languages is the fundamental property characteristic of number. What's a fundamental quality? It's that there's no redundancy, meaning no duplication of any quality of the number, and there's nothing omitted, nothing left out. It's real important. It has to do with spirit again. Nothing, that this energy is complete. Okay? So let's look at that. Everyone's going to have to kind of lean over. Right here on the floor, I have the multiplication series. Okay? And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does everybody see it? Okay. Now, on the right over there, multiples of 1 is the mirrors of multiples of 8. Now, we have a thing that I'm teaching which is called the 3 family number groups of numbers. I might add that my end goal is that today I have that I hope you don't drop out and pass out by the time we're done, because my end goal is to teach you what an Etheron spiral is, and nobody knows this stuff but me, and so it's kind of my responsibility to cover this today, because in all my other talks I have not been able to address this because it's just too complicated.
First, can we learn how to see it?
Yeah.
So is this because we're pentadactyl, we're on a 10 system, and that's why the 9 times table works on our own hands?
Say that. You gotta say it loud, Judy. Say it real loud.
Does it have anything to do with because we're pentadactyl, and we've got 5 appendages on each side of us?
Pentadactyl.
Okay. And the 9 times table, when you teach children, is always with them.
Right.
9 times 9 times 2 and 9
Right.
is 18.
Uh-huh.
You know, the whole thing with 9s. They carry it always with. Does that have anything to do with being human and being the creation and
Yeah,
having
it
the
does.
9s with us?
The only problem is we don't have 10 fingers. Okay.
Oh.
The reason we don't is because my left hand, I hope I don't make a mess by getting it all over me. Okay, that's my left. And that's my right.
I can
What
relate.
does it say about palmistry?
Palmistry?
So you can tell a lot about people by their thumbs.
By the thumb. I love patterns, scrolls, fingerprints, stuff like that. You know, I love how this all connects, because it does connect all that. The reason you don't have 10 fingers is because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that thumb would not be there. It would be over here. And it would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because these thumbs are opposals, or mirrors. You have an axis. This is your axis. You have bilateral symmetry, where the half is a mirror of the right. You know, in the science museums, if you stand in front of the mirror, it looks like your whole person, even half of you isn't there, though. Okay. So what I showed already was that by halving was powers of 10. Because the base 10 system, the decimal system, does not have 10 numbers. How many numbers do we have? We have 9. That's because 0 is not a number. It's an absence. Okay? It is the hole in the vortex. Okay? And we'll be seeing about that shortly. So, thus, any base system, the base 10, is always one number less than the number of that base. Thus, the base 10 is modular 9. That's an accepted premise in all mathematics. Okay? But what I'm teaching about is 3 colors. I'm teaching about blue. I'm teaching about pink. I'm teaching about green. These are called family number groups. Okay? A family number group, there are 3 of them, is always separated by the number 3 or 6. See the 3 or 6 here? Separating everything? And the 9 too. Everyone see that? The pink is all the same family number group. They're all the same color. 1 plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 3 is 7. And 7 plus 3 is 10 is 1. Okay, so you're back to 1 again. You're going to have 13, 16. It's just going to keep on repeating over and over again. What's important is where these family number groups are occurring. It's like a Mazda, it's like a rotary car engine. Do you have a question?
Well, I just kind of noticed something here. I'm an astrologer, so I got other things that each of the numbers signify, but I was seeing just in the Christian anthology, a 3 is like the Holy Trinity, and then like the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and the 6 is like the 666, like the Earth matrix. One spirit, one's Earth, and the 9, I guess, is kind of like the bridge in between them with a
Jupiter.
yeah, it's a Sagittarian.
I'm learning from you. I've never studied all these things. It's interesting.
Well, it's
The connections are
number
real.
for man. It's number for man. 6.
Yeah, and the 3 is like the
And-
Trinity.
Five is actually a
and
number for man.
Man doing a 666 is trying to be God, which is not.
Which is a chemical formula for petroleum. The
It's
subscripts
also
of
a
it.
symbol for Saturn.
Okay,
It's
I'm
also
sorry.
the computer. So,
Exxon's going to get you.
like that.
The Valdez is looking for you.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah. That's what we talked about yesterday.
Hmm?
That's what we started talking about yesterday, remember?
Was the
The 6 and the 9, how they're sort of,
how they all connect and relate?
well, they're connected to 3, 6, and 9.
They connect through the invisible 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to really drill you guys on 3, 6s, and 9s a little bit for your information. You're going to really be put to work. Okay. So 3 is a mirror of 6. So instead of adding 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 plus 3 is 7, we're going to do it backwards. We're going to go 1 plus 6, but it's going to equal a 7. 7 plus 6 is 13, which is 4. And 4 plus 6 is 10, which is 1. If I go forwards with 3s, I can go backwards with 6s.
Could you do that again?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 plus 6 is 7. 7 plus 6 is 13, which is 4. And 4 plus 6 is 10, which is 1. Okay. So 3 is one way and 6 is the reverse way. Okay? Let's do blues. 2 plus 3 is 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 3 is 11, which equals 2. Okay, we'll go backwards.
Yeah.
2 plus 6 is 8. 8 plus 6 is 5. And 5 plus 6 is 11, which is 2. So, I don't know how to say it right, but somehow these are like the furthest most extremes is how I tend to think of it.
Because they all go somewhere. The pink one's all...
She's having an aha over here.
Well, I'm just so happy because I knew this was just the whole time and I just never could figure it out. I'm the high two.
Oh, you are? Good.
are all 3s, and the blue ones are all
You can use our favorite new
If you
Baha'i
add them
saying.
to what?
It's not aloha,
Okay,
it's
7,
aloha
Plus what?
apa.
4, 4 and the 7.
All right.
And then the blue.
Oh, right. They oscillate between 3
Right,
and 6. That's
they're
right. If you take a
oscillating
1
back
and a
and
2,
forth.
you get a 3. If you
So-
take a 2 and a 4, you get a 6.
So they all
So
are
they
2.
oscillate between 3 and 6 when you combine an adjacent blue and a pink, right?
He said it, I didn't. They oscillate. He used the big oscillate word.
That's the power
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
That's the
When
power.
you add adjacent, 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 4 is 6. Yeah.
They are oscillating.
4 plus 8 is 3. Yeah.
They are oscillating back and forth. They're heavy duty.
Right.
Okay.
You don't ever get a 9, do you?
You never see the 9. It's always invisible. That's right. That's the power of this math, because we don't have it, but it'll show it by the angle and the ratio, the displacement. This energy here is displacing everything. See how the green here matches the green here? Okay, but let's not go that far
It's
ahead.
like displacement, like color. It's the way color works,
It
right?
totally polarizes color. This is the color wheel.
Right.
Right, and the music
Well,
scale.
I don't know what I mean, but I know that I've heard it somewhere where, it's like whatever color you're wearing is actually the absence of that color is
Oh,
what
right,
you're seeing.
right.
Is that what it is all about? Kind of like that? Like black isn't really black. Black is all the colors.
Black,
That
yeah.
was the
Black's-
absence.
Black is the total.
White
Or
is
white is the one, right.
White is the absence.
Right. Black
But
is
the
the
white
absence.
color
Zero.
is...
But white, they always told me you can't have white. White
is
can't
being
be.
reflected, though.
Because if you
Yeah,
take the
but it's
brown
all
if you do it
colors
with
Right.
pigment
It's
and
white.
light,
spin 'em, you
if
get
you
white
do it
light.
with light, then you get all the colors, but then if you do it with pigment, it's the exact opposite. See, black and white are really the same thing.
Or they're distinguished by their polarity, actually.
Someone finally explained it to
It's
me.
seeing, it's the becoming.
Yeah.
I'm an artist.
Right? That's some pretty art to share with you. I love artists. In Baha'i writings, they say artists have the greatest encompassment over mankind, not the higher learning Occident, but rather the artists will be the ones who will educate mankind through beauty. Saying is art is the best, beauty is the best teacher, and I believe that. Okay, we were brought by Charlie to the oscillation of 3 and 6 and to the power point. There's no escaping now. So we'll do it. 3 doubled is 6. 6 doubled is 12, which is 3. 12 doubled is 24, which is 6. 24 doubled is 48, which is 12, which is 3. Constantly oscillating. Never ends. Okay, only one or the other. That's called movement back and forth. This duality is called what? The yin and yang, correct? Okay. You have the yin and yang on your shirt there. All right. Do you want to say
No,
something,
you're
John?
continuous, I know you are.
So what you've done, when you have symmetry, when you drop you drop the top off, the edges off, you
What
do have
edges?
symmetry. The top.
What, the 9?
Oh, that's good.
No.
What top?
Okay, you see the point of symmetry is the 9 and down to the middle.
This is the axis.
Yeah, the
No,
axis.
wait. The axis, there is an invisible line,
Right.
axis.
And there's your symmetry.
It's an invisible spindle. Yeah. Okay.
because you're still moving off of. That's incredible. That's,
Okay.
I'm seeing something, but I'm not sure I understand what it's like. You've got the whole way that things are unfolded.
Yeah.
And 9 times 3 to 27, which is 9. 9 times
Which is, it all
So it all-
respects of
that
the
stays,
axis.
yeah, that's
It
really
is.
well.
It is the perfect, perfect diagram of the way
Petrified.
things are.
All right. Judy,
Yeah.
I'm going to be mean to you.
Um,
No, you can stay there.
I'm used to it.
How many parts are there in the yin and yang?
One part.
One part.
That's
You trying to play safe or
Good
something like
answer,
that?
It's all one.
That's a good answer.
Okay. And how did it become one then? I'll take that answer. We'll go along that theme. I'll learn something with all of us. Okay, so we have this perimeter. It's called the world boundary condition. Is that what you mean by one? It's a whole, it's a unit. In other words, one is unity.
It's neither one or the other. It's the becoming and it's the ebb and the flow. It's the way, the nature of.
But you gotta be real detail orientated. You gotta
really?
tear it into its rudiments, right? You have to break it into its parameters. So I agree with you. It is the ebb and the flow, the alpha and omega, the beginning and end.
It's
Okay, which is
basically
right
the
there.
Mobius strip because it
It's
is.
a Mobius strip. It's infinity. Okay. But the Mobius strip is the 124875 right here. Okay. I could have been doing a demonstration for everybody, show everyone what a Mobius is, but we're not going to try
At least
and do that.
Or you put that.
When I read the Tao of Physics, this is
Judy?
why I read that.
Judy, this is not the Mobius strip. The 3 and 6 is not the Mobius strip.
No, that's not what I meant. I was doing a configuration thing.
Okay.
But
This is
there are
not,
three
the
parts
yin and yang
because,
is not the Mobius strip.
I was playing with you.
Oh.
It is a 3-part thing.
It is a 3-part thing?
Yes.
Oh, because it says it. Oh, yeah.
It is the energy, the synergy is the energy, which is the S curve.
The S curve is the number 9. It is your 3rd part.
Oh, I never noticed it like that.
Yeah. It's the world boundary condition. And what it does is that when you learn about these world boundary conditions, and you have control over superconductivity, and you have a control over flight through the universe, everything. And this is what we're learning about right now. So what is happening is that the 3 parts of the yin and yang, you only see the yin and yang oscillating back and forth. But the yin and yang does not connect the pyramid on the base. You have the 9 in the center, okay, which is the control. Okay, family number groups is where we were. Yes, Julie. Okay, so just because we better consolidate everything we've done and be thorough. Here's a multiplication table, 1 through 9. Judy, you're going to get to be the assistant.
Okay. Is this Vanna White kind of thing?
Is this a what?
Vanna White kind of thing?
What's
Da-da-da.
Yes, precisely.
I don't.
Is this the Wheel of Fortune?
Yes, yes,
White,
turn
who's Big Bird?
This guy doesn't watch
Yeah.
this.
I'm sorry. I like that.
Yeah, I don't watch TV. It's my secret's revealed.
I'm brainwashed.
Yeah, I know.
I've
Zero
seen them, but I
TV.
don't know which one.
Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we know 1 and 8 are perfect mirrors. Remember the mirror of the number of the multiplication series, which is beginning with 1. The last number before 9 is going to be what its mirror is. It's polar. So we're going to take 8. No, not 8. We're going to take 1, but we're going to know that 8 is going to be the mirror. So let's just flip them all. Just flip them all right over. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9. So what we have is we have the opposite of 1s is multiplications of 8. Yet the family number groups are always separated by thirds. 1, 2, 3 is the next blue one. 1, 2, 3 is the next blue one after that one. They're always separated by thirds. This is a quality of numbers, a fundamental physical property characteristic of numbers.
And the colors went to their complement, didn't they? You flipped them, didn't they?
Yeah, must have. Exactly right, Charlie. But it's a duality complement, Charlie, because there's two separate dimensions.
Right.
The yellow is a different dimension, but the red and blue are the same
So the
dimension.
yellow stays yellow, right, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Did the yellow
it
stay
did.
yellow?
It did stay yellow.
Yeah, okay. But the 8 was the red on the other side.
They're all
which is the
3, 3,
one.
3. Did you see
Always
that?
3, 3, 3.
Right,
Oh,
Right.
right.
Okay. So now let's do multiples of 2. Would you put a 2 where the 8 is and then put a 4? So you're just going to go 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
This kind of thing?
Yeah. Charlie's a couple leagues ahead of us right now because what he's modeling is dimension.
So why are you putting the 2 there?
Because
He wants
I
to
just
do
went,
4, 6,
instead of
8.
multiples of 1, now I want to do multiples of 2. I just want to
So
do
you're starting over again.
starting over again.
So
So you're
we're
gonna-
gonna
Oh,
start,
just to prove
2,
the point that threes are still in the
and
same
then you're going to
spot.
put 4 next, right here.
Do you want me to do
Yeah,
that?
2, 4.
Yeah.
Moving
2,
too
4,
fast for
and then
you.
8, and then 8 comes next.
Charlie will call it for you. Go ahead. Charlie, tell her what's
Okay,
next.
2, 4. Then 8 comes next.
Yeah.
Judy, you can be Charlie's assistant.
8 would
He's
be.
got it.
And then I've got
2, 4, 6, 8.
Oh, we're not doubling. We're multiple of the 2. Okay.
You-
4, 6, 8.
I love to see someone else do my same mistake that I always do because I'm so deep into it.
Well,
So 10 would be 1.
yeah, 10 would be 1. And
12 would be
then
3.
3.
And
Okay.
14
Family number groups are still the same. Now remember, I said there's no redundancy and there's nothing's omitted. But your building blocks are those 3 family number groups. You can't invent another number group.
Right. So you
Okay.
got, so we're starting with, yeah.
A number cannot be created or destroyed. Just as we used to say in Einstein's law, that the energy, what's the saying? Matter can neither be created or destroyed. Well, it turns out the same thing for numbers too. There's no new numbers creatable. It's really heavy duty because,
It's very heavy duty.
hmm
So no matter what you do, it's 3, 3, 3.
that is a real information compression condensation, but you're absolutely right.
So no matter where you go,
There you are.
And I never saw that movie too, but I think I missed something.
I don't know.
That was the
I-
Road Warrior. No, what's that? Thunderdome. That was one.
No, wasn't that
But it's
saying
it
lived
is
on
amazing.
that was an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
You know,
It was Mel Gibson and
let's
Thunderdome.
argue about it. Comparative religion, I mean,
There you are.
And I never saw that movie too, but I think I missed something.
I don't know.
That was the
I-
Road Warrior. No, what's that? Thunderdome. That was one.
No, wasn't that
But it's
saying
it
lived
is
on
amazing.
that was an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
You know,
It was Mel Gibson and Thunderdome.
let's argue about it. Comparative religion, I mean, basically it's the threes, the tribes, the power of threes.
Yeah.
What's that?
The tribe, the power of threes.
The tribe?
The tribe,
Trinity.
She could say triune. She could say Trinity. She could say.
Yeah.
Well, okay. But what we're looking at is a polar opposite. A polar complement always equals 9. See how 8 and 1 make 9, 7 and 2 make 9? Okay, this is just the polar property we're learning. Okay? And all we've learned is that they're separated by 3. So let's go again now. We know that the polar opposite of 2 is 7. So because 7 is the last number before 9. So let's turn the cards over.
Complement of 2 is 7.
Oh, no, look at this.
7, 6, 5, 3, 1, 8,
So those are mirrors
6,
of each other.
4, 2,
Right.
9.
They're opposite each other on the grid, see?
Yeah.
Oh, look, Charlie, they're pink. I did make them a different color. They probably should have. Oh, it's because I wanted to distinguish between 3 and 6. That there's a positive and a negative 3 and 6. It gets pretty more confusing. I better not try and say it verbally.
So is that correct that you did change that for your...
It's correct that there's a negative and positive. God knows I can't even
So
know.
there'll all be 6 now. 6, 6, 6.
I just know how it works. I can't say I can't say on those cards how it's correct. I only know it in the complicated. It's very hard for me to do it in a simple fashion. The complicated, which you're about to go to, I can tell you what's correct. The easy stuff is hard for me because it's too easy and the universe is more complex.
This complement is always 666.
I wouldn't call it a compliment, but it's a. But it.
Where are you getting that?
666, and now 666.
What's the other side of 3? Is that a 3 on the other?
There, add these up and then add those two numerals.
Wait, well, what's on the other side of this 3 again? Okay, so that up to 9.
No, it's always essentially what it is I'm not sure what you mean. Everything
Okay,
is still in thirds, but what happens is the 6 occurs automatically.
What were you saying?
Just you add 7, 5, and 3.
That's 6. Well, 15 is 6, and then 1 and 8 is 9, so 15, that's 6, and 6, 9, that's 6. Oh, so we take triplets, and they add up
Like
to
the last
6.
time, everything was
See?
always 3, 3, 3,
Right,
5
when you
threes.
flipped it over, well, really?
No, there's always going to be a
No, they
3, a
were-
6, and a 9, and which ones are you
No,
adding
but she's
together?
saying that triplet
This-
right
this
there
triplet
adds
is
up
the
to
same.
6.
Oh,
And
That
that's
triplet adds
oh
up to
sure.
6.
She's
And
When
working
it was
on.
turned over, it was adding up to
3,
3.
3, 3 every time.
It's not even in the curriculum. She's working in things that are apparent, that have universal truths and axioms, and she's working. She's now.
Patterns within patterns.
She's working on aspects and facets of this stuff
So that's the
that I've never
polarity.
even gotten
Yeah.
to.
Well, I teach little kids, and little kids think that way. They would see that.
Especially this young generation.
Yeah,
They're so
the
genius.
little kids really.
And it all has meaning. I haven't even gotten to that, and it helps to explain this.
It helps that they don't have other things, cluttering and obscuring their
That's
thought.
why we need you to be the new example for teaching math.
Yeah.
Next generation, because the way you learn math is the way you learn like the structure of reality in a lot of ways. I mean, you learn just like the calendar systems that we have. The calendar being off affects every other part of our civilization. So just like our the math.
Okay, so we saw family number groups are always the same in the different groups. Let's see. I don't know which board to go to next. We covered family number groups. We saw the multiplication, that numbers actually did have a mirroring in the geometry. We were looking at the boundary conditions. She said 1 on the yin and yang. So let's see what we can do with what we've learned so far. So we know the quality of every number, so we know the quality of this number is a mirror of that number quality. We know this quality is a mirror of that. So we got 1 quality, 2 qualities, 3 qualities, 4 qualities, 5 qualities, 6 qualities, right?
What do you mean by 6?
Well, by the fact of that they're different from one another. Like this number, there's no other number that goes up 1, 2, 3, 4. It's unique.
Oh, so
In multiples of 1. Multiples of 1 is
okay,
unique.
So you're saying that's the clustering of a group, a family group.
Yeah, well, that whole thing is a clustering of a family group, right? It gives a unique quality.
Right.
Exactly
And
right.
then that has a different group to it.
Exactly right.
That's why it is
Right.
the number 2, right?
Right.
Exactly.
That's why it has
Right.
that number.
It's-
That's
it's
why you
essentially
look
the
the way you
basis
do.
for a dimensionality of sorts. It's like, yeah.
I like that. When Charlie clicks on something, it's because he's dimensionalized it. I mean, it's like... It's really good. So 2 has a quality, and 4 has a quality, and 8 has a quality. It's really a trip that when you're at the lowest bottom, you go to the top, is where you go next. Because this is a coil. Our decimal system is a coil. And this is the field, and this is the secret of electromagnetism. Because that's why I'm getting more energy. And this is going to replace all our petroleum products, everything. This is the legend for it.
Yay!
So, 7's a quality, and 5's a quality. Okay? 3 and 6, the quality was that they always oscillate back and forth. Of course, the multiples would be 369, 369, or 639, 639. It says it right here in multiples. And we have the 9. 9 never changes. It's a quality because 0 times anything is always nothing. It's the absent of quality, and 9's complete quality. It's whole. And there it is. So it's always 9. And what's 2 9s is 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81. It always equals itself 9. It's the never-changing number 9. Perfect. Complete.
So it's compressible, so that's why it'll work in the future with computers.
I'm going to just let your
Because the big
statements
numbers
down.
that are non-compressible are what they're looking for. That's not what they really should be looking for.
There is no such thing as a non-repeating endless decimal. That's why I solved pi, which
That's
we're
why
not going to
pi
try and
is
touch.
right.
But I found the answer to pi. I know what it is, and it's a whole number. But we're not going to touch that at this moment. Okay. You can keep on thinking. I just want to say a few more cute things about 9. Okay. Let's first look at a 6. A 6 is a hexagon, 6-sided. A triangle is the 3. But as we know, in reality, the triangle doesn't connect except at the vertex, the point. And the 9, this is very important, and it's not by accident, is a perfect diamond. See how this makes a diamond? Should have been a little bit better, a little bit more perfect. But it is the perfect diamond.
So does being called the double like
We'll see.
When you were you like connected with other people?
No.
Like free energy design?
Is the camera on? I guess everybody does give their permission. I guess this is a release. You give your permission to be. This is a verbal, written in video. In what's video made up? Written in acetate. That you don't mind having
Yes,
your
we all raised our hands or something.
your being duplicated and disseminated and circulated to help educate and teach people on this topic. So thank you very much for allowing and educating people and sharing your insights with the world. Okay. Charlie has a question, but before Charlie does it, I want to finish just one point all over again. Okay? The number 9 never changes. There's not another number that doesn't change. Okay? Only number 9 can do that. 0 is nothing. 0 times anything is nothing. And by the way, 0 is not a member of a multiplication series. That's why after 9 is not a 0. The 0's the vortex. And this is making a vortex. Okay? I'll come to that vortex after I answer Charlie's question. So multiples of 2, there's not another thing that does it like it. You can't. And if you had if you had a base 12, you would still be using the 1 and the 2 and 3 again, because it's after 9. And so you would be duplicating, at least as a phantom, as a mirror, the 8, 7, and 6. In other words, you would be actually doing a mirror imaging, like in Kirlian photography, of the leaves, right there. Okay, you know, familiar in Kirlian photography, you have an appendage, cut off the finger, still sort of put it on a photographic motion in your hand, you still see that finger, it's a phantom, a ghosting image. Do you remember that?
Really in Kirlian photography?
Yeah, it's called Kirlian photography.
It's still there? The
Oh,
finger?
you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know it was still there.
It's a trip!
How's that work?
It's so well known now. What,
Let me
hap-
know the secret.
what happened is your bioelectric field doesn't know it was cut off. Okay? So your bioelectric field, everything else is still projecting the energy out and around it. And you can have a person missing a whole finger, put his hand on photographic motion, and he's got all his fingers.
Well, that happened to my
Charlie, you've seen that?
Well, not only that, the people still feel
Yeah,
their,
my grandfather
limbs.
felt his
Their
finger in the
limbs are
itchy,
still
itchy.
there, even when they've been amputated, and
Yeah.
the aura is still there. So
But still, that's subjective by them. In this case, I'm
Right.
saying it's film emulsion, so
right,
we
but
can
you
actually
also
see it.
that.
You,
Yeah,
and
you
you've seen
can
it.
also see it. Yeah, I've seen it in photographs.
Exactly.
And psychic discoveries behind me.
There's someone here that does that.
It was all done in Russia.
Right.
Huh?
Someone
Started.
here that does that. up
Yeah,
in
Pat
Kirkland.
Howard. Pat Howard
that-
does
it's
that.
a
Yeah,
lady?
she lives up on Olinda Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did that on me actually. And,
Except you got all your fingers.
yeah, but she's able to read those
Yeah,
for
she can
health
tell you
purposes.
what's wrong with you.
And
And help.
she's pretty good at it too. Yeah. And then she does color ones. She does the black and white ones, and then she does the color ones. They're pretty neat.
So what about increasing the bioelectric frequency where the missing finger is being able to make a finger grow back? Is that
We're getting to that.
getting to that?
Good question. Well, they can do that at certain stages of, children. If a child loses his or her finger, from like about the first digit on, I heard, it will grow back.
In fact, I have a board right there showing the finger. So you're right. So numbers themselves, by the very existence of a 1, it creates a phantom of the 8. So there is not endless, as to the points we were reading, such as that, how many base systems are there? Okay. We say, it says, somewhere, it says, how many counting base systems are there? There's only 1. Pretty hardcore medicine to swallow. There's only 1 base counting system. Okay. Remind me, I want to go to polarity and I want to go to the vortex. 2 things, please. Okay. Charlie?
I'm unclear as to how you're defining each of those numbers on the corners there. It represents a group, a family of numbers, right? Like 1 represents...
The family number group, the first one of 147, represents totally different planes of spatial orientation or points. This one's at the top. They never have 2 family number groups occupying both tops. Only 1. There's one's at the bottom, and the other one's at the middle, and they are as far triangulated away from
that's
one
a number group right there. I'm talking
One-
about, what about 1 itself? Is that a number group by itself?
No, it can't
Okay,
be.
so 147 is the group you're referring to.
Nothing's less than groups of 3s.
Okay, so, and how is that made into a number group? Again, just review for me.
How it's really made into a number group is that these emanations are shooting, and this is what you're asking, but this is the correct answer. There's 3 emanations shooting out at the same time. And as they're shooting out dimensionally, Charlie, one's going right here, one's going right here, and one's right here. And as these 3 are shooting out, 3 points ahead of them, okay, is the last one that went out before them. So there's space, space, next emanation. So they don't just shoot out and then there's another one, then another one.
A group, you add 3 each time.
Say it again?
To get...
Everything's controlled by 3.
Oh, so you add 3 to 1 to get 4, and then you add 3 more to get 7.
Right.
And then you add 3 more and you get to 1 again. So those are a group in themselves, right? With differences of 3.
I admire you, Charlie, for learning this, because your math you've learned so much. The fact you can deal with such easy, basic things really is a big accomplishment, because it's much harder for you than it is for normal people.
Yeah. Okay. But by themselves, they're just parts of a group.
That's
They're
right.
Closed. But
still unique.
but the blues and the pinks are closed groupings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Definitely
Yeah.
closed.
Yeah.
Creation's a closed creation. That's why it's called a bounded infinity. It's an
And-
infinity of duration, not direction. The duration is the spin continuum. It's infinity of motions, but it is not infinitely going out into space, because it's warping and being curved by the intersections of these emanations. It causes it to warp. It's like a little kicker, and it causes it to spin. And as they spin, ever hit a leaf on the lawn, it kicks up in the air and comes closer to you than where it began from, instead of going away where you wanted it to? Okay, that's what these things are doing. They're being warped. Okay? And this is relativity here. Again, this is Einstein's c², and it has an axis. It's a self-inclusive relativity. It's so extremely relative that it's relative to its convergence point, which is right here. Everything has an axis, and this is a fixed constant. This is an absolute. The number 9 represents truth, perfection, consciousness. It's called a fixed constant. There's 2 schools of thoughts in the world. There's one that there are not fixed constants, and the other one is that there are fixed constants. Mine is that there are fixed constants. These are called axioms, theorems. They're called divine virtues, spiritual principles. They can be applied just as fast. You can go from spiritual to physics and physics back to spiritual. It can be spiritual, it can be love, faith, trust. In physics, it can be the axis, the number 9. Why a gyroscope always stands up on its own when it spins.
So by saying there's no fixed constants, basically sounds like atheism or theism is
Exactly.
there's constants. Like entropy, there's no order in the universe, versus homostasis, everything has a divine order.
Exactly right. I'm glad you said it. That was a good point. Charlie, you didn't ask your question though.
Yeah,
Is that
I
it?
did. I'm clear as to what you were talking about now. I'm just doing some other things.
Okay. Polarity. Okay. The number 1, if it's positive, the number 2 is going to be negative, the number 4 is going to be positive, the number 8 is going to be negative, the number 7 is going to be positive, the number 5 is going to be negative, excuse me, and the number 1 is positive. So it's going back and forth, back and forth. Positive, negative. There's your binary flip-flop. Positive, negative, positive, negative. Okay. Okay, polarity. Because there's only 6 numbers in our physical world of creation, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, okay, which is a fact. Okay, in other words, in the third, with matter, there's only 6 numbers to work with. Okay. You don't have to worry about there being an odd number like that. When they try and do a positive, negative, and when you get to 9, you're at a positive, and then you go back to 1, it's a negative, but you start with a positive, it doesn't work. Because there is not an odd system. The physical world of mass always has symmetry, always has parity, because it's an even amount. 6 is an even amount of number. Things are always done in pairs. Okay. So thus, but it's complicated. This is where quantum comes in. First of all, the center of the circle, and I'm just teaching you guys how to be prepared to make this into the next chart, and there's another chart behind here, and there's many charts over here. Okay, so this is called the legend. This is God's schematic. It's the blueprint. Once you learn the math in this, then you start doing calculating and functions, and essentially you start calculating this stuff. Let you see where you're going to. Okay, you start going into this kind of stuff. Okay, so you start going into more advanced physics. It's called cosmology of the universe. Okay. So if you have a circle, this is the center. But look at this, the center's way off down here. Remember, this is explaining things. Okay? The reason it's off is because there's more to it. Because if we had a positive one, we know we must also have a negative one. Okay, so there's another one, not seen here, that's also negative. There's another 2 that's also positive, that's totally reverse of all of this. So instead of 9, I now need 18 to represent this system. Does everyone follow me? I have 6, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, so I need another 6, which is 12, to represent 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. I'm just saying this, I think it'll be lost, and that gives me 12, and there's nothing less than packets of 9. So if I had 1 9, now I got 2 9s, okay, and there's 6 and 6 is 12, okay. Where's my other group of 6 to make 18, okay? It happens to be this 3, 9, 6. I've said that in the physical world there's this duality, okay. In the higher world, there's also a duality, but the duality is to try and make this third dimensional reality a mirror or a reflection of this greater world. Yet all the time while we're trying to be a hologram of this greater world, we're at the same time created by it. So we are essentially tied to it. We are bonded with it. And we are actually signs or proofs of its existence. And what happens is that the higher linear emanation of 9 becomes the third invisible force that does not allow anything else to be greater than it. Thus we can mirror God, but we'll never be greater than God. So what happens when 9 is a positive, 3 and 6 are both negative. Okay?
Okay, I see. So
Okay, it is the control. 3 and 6 are the result. Now in reality, just like I have 2 hands here, but it looks like 1, I really have 6 here. I don't really have 3 of the 3, 9, 6. I really have 6. Okay? And I'll show you how it works. We started with the -3. Here's our binary, flip-flop back and forth. We go negative, positive, negative. Our next positive is not going to be 9. We already got a positive 9. Our next positive is going to be the invisible 6 that you can't see behind it, that it's laid over. And that's going to be your positive. Okay? There's an invisible 9 under there. That's going to be your negative. Okay? And there's an invisible 3 over here, and that's going to be your positive. Whenever you end on a number, there's a second one hidden by it. You then give it the reverse polarity and go in the opposite direction. It's one of the principles of this math. Everyone follows me.
It's like working with kids.
Okay. So now you know there always must be a positive and negative to everything. We have that. And that it's not based on the fact of a duality of the positive and negative, but it's based on a trinary where you're going to have a positive and 2 negatives or a negative and 2 positives. Just as we had the 1, 4, 7, right here we're seeing, because in the third dimension it's a little bit more complicated. For the family number groups, the 1 and the 4 and the 7 are all positive at the same time. And in the 2, 8, 5s, they're all positive, they're all negative at the same time. How this coil works is these windings are wound in such a way to create that, hidden under here, that one wire, there's 2 wires here, that one wire, all of the positives are in one wire a minute at the first stage. There's 3 stages. It's a firing stage. The first activation sequence of this coil, only the right wire is all positive, and that's your 1, 4, 7s. The second activation stage is all your left wire is all positive. It's activated. And now the first family number group, 1, 4, 7, the other wire is totally off. And then they're both off. None of them are positive. They're all neither positive. And the middle space in there becomes all positives, the 3, 9, 6. I'm just preparing you this. This is like advanced education. This is for what you're about to see, not what you've seen so far, to relate it to. As long as we're finishing up on this symbol, okay, I said I'd go to vortex motion.
I missed something, so let me just ask you one more time, even though you mentioned it. 1, 4, and 7 are always positive? Is that what you're saying?
No.
So they do,
They're
1, 4,
together,
7s are always
then they
positive,
flip, they reverse the
or
polarity.
1, 4, 7s are always negative.
Right, I got you.
Okay.
So, but as soon as it creates a circuit,
It's a good
it
question.
goes to its opposite then.
This coil here, the negative 1, 4, 7s are all on the wire that the positive 8, 2, 5s are on. You don't have, and the positive 8, 2, 5s and the positive 1, 4, 7s all have the negative 8, 2, 5s. They're so separated from one another that's why only one wire is on at the other time. Because if both wires had the same family number groups on at the same time, then this coil wouldn't work. It'd have resistance. Okay? So thus, when the first wire is on, it's all just positive 1, 4, 7s. And on that wire, there's only negative 8, 2, 5s. When the second wire is on, it's just all positive 8, 2, 5s. And the negative 1, 4, 7s aren't on.
It would help maybe if you could draw a picture of the wires that you're pointing to on that so that we can understand.
There are 2 wires,
the
though, aren't there? Aren't there a total of just 2 different wires? And the windings?
That's right.
So there's a red wire, so to speak, and a blue wire, right?
I'll show you on a toroid. I think it should be easier for you. The reason I went so far ahead and told you now is because I wanted you just to get a feel how it related to the symbol, that there's somehow eventually it's all connected to this, because I don't think that even when you see the other one that you're going to be able to understand exactly how they tie in together. So go ahead.
So you're saying the polarity switches when the current reverses its direction. Is that what you're saying?
The emanations are always going out.
But I'm
When they
I'm
hit
talking
one
about-
wire, the electricity goes in one way. When they hit the other wire, it goes in the opposite direction.
Right. But
But-
you have an alternating current source there, don't you?
What makes it switch?
Alternating?
It's not switching. let's wait till we see the
That's what you
torah.
wanted to ask us early on. You said, we're the switch. We have to figure out how to, or something, didn't you, at the beginning? Forget it, it's okay. Didn't you say that?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead.
See, this is what happens when I try and explain something without a chart or a graph.
Because I'm not familiar with the way that
Activation
you run
sequence.
You run electricity through the wires. You've got two wires.
And that's
as I
the most
understand it,
important
right?
part.
You've got two wires, right? Just like in a plug, you've got two wires, right? This is what I'm understanding. Okay, you've got the current
That-
flows in and...
That's not two wires. That's a single circuit.
But
You
it's part of
close the circuit.
Yeah, but it's
In my case, I have two totally separate circuits. So if I was comparing this to a plug, I would have 4 wires using your analogy.
oh.
Okay? They do not ever...
Oh.
Yeah.
So the
So that's-
typical toroid would have one wire. Is that what you're saying? Is that right?
Typical. Yeah.
Oh. And you've used two.
Which is a
And you're
bifibular
winding them like this.
with a space in between them.
Right,
Because there's really 3 parts.
right. But that's created through the two, isn't it? Or that
Yeah.
exists between...
It's hard to say
Right.
what came first, the field or the...
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
So by creating the energy with the two, you get the third.
Or whatever. It's already there.
It's oh, I see, it's already there, okay. Yes, I have to kind of make room for it.
That's better put. Yes, it is displacing. This is making this make room for it. And that brings us back to this, and that's why I'm glad on this. Because this whole thing, all these numbers have an angle and a ratio because they're making room for this field. And it really brought me right to where I wanted to go. Because 1 plus 2 equals 3. It has an angle. I take any 2 numbers, add them together, and they're going to equal this flux field. 2 plus 4 equals 6. 4 plus 8 is 12, but 1 plus 2 is 3. 8 plus 7 is 15, but 1 plus 5 is 6. See how I'm always going 3, 6, 3, 6? 7 plus 5 is 12, which is 3, and 5 plus 1 is 6. It's always 3, 6, 3, 6. That's because it's being spread apart. It's making room. The 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is making room for the 3, 9, 6. But they're 2 separate systems, which we're going to be studying on. Okay? Okay. 5 billion people didn't discover this. Probably a lot more than that. So it's okay that this making room concept seems a little different. Okay? So I think I covered as much as I need to cover on this symbol for the moment. And for the multiplication table, probably can get back to that, see? And the yin and yang. I think what I'd like to do, though, is because I am really, really making your brains work to the max. This would normally not even be explained, but I just want you to understand something. I took a circle here and I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's called a control. Okay, because as I could have done 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, and that's a new control. Do you follow what I'm saying? So it's very important that I demonstrate to you that whatever your control is, you're still going to get the same scientific end results. So sure enough, there's your 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. It's very important that these doubling circuits never go away. They have to exist in anything you know. Fibonacci sequence, Pascal's triangle, pi, the golden means, everything we know in science. This has to be here. Biology, genetics, periodic table. It has to be there, along with this 3, 9, 6. So the next control is 4 and 5. You know, there's only 6 multiplication series as far as 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 go, as far as the third dimension. So I show those here. Spatial orientation, triangles connected only at the vertex. Okay. Oh, we're going to go to the vortex. We haven't done that yet. Okay, so, but sure enough, 124875, 124875, 124875. We have it? Still there? Okay, it's very important to note that the 124875 is going like this. See how it's always moving in the same way, this treadmill? Because everything's based on thirds. And let me tell you, this is why we can't travel backwards in time, and this is why if things were based on a duality, the universe would stop flowing forward. And this is why we always eat, or we would die, because it's called a positive flow. It's a stemic system. Our system's alive. It's a stemic system. And the last thing you want to do is back up because it moves only one way, which is straight on, forward. Go ahead.
You said we can't travel backwards in time, so all these rumors I've been hearing everywhere about time machines is not right in your opinion?
It's certain. I do not. If they're moving backwards in time, they're not moving in the created universe of this universe.
Oh no, I think they could be parallel universes.
Then I wouldn't even call them universes.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on. But as far as this physical material
I've been
world,
hearing lots of time machine talk.
but I am very, very, very cautious when I hear about people going back in time. I'm more cautious about that than anything else. In fact, most of the time I turn it off when I hear it on the radio.
Or going ahead with that.
Yes, you can go ahead in time. They do it all the time.
And when you go ahead, then how do you get back? You don't.
You can get back, but not to that moment. You can get back to a time that was not going as fast as you. So you can accelerate. It's like the Star Trek. You go forward in time, have more time to work on something because where you went forward, time is moving slower. Then come back in time where the time was moving. I said it vice versa. Did I say it right? Yeah, you go forwards in time where time is... I think I better not try that one. In reality, when the astronauts, let's use something concrete, when the astronauts went forward in time and went into space, they came back 3 seconds younger or whatever, or a point something younger. Because in space, you're farther away and mass is a part of time and mass affects other mass. Because of the positive emanations that come from the center of all mass, which are these emanations which we're modeling. So, on Earth, time is going faster than it is going out on in outer space, away from Earth. So the astronauts then, when they return, they're younger, and conceivably, we can actually perish, like in Planet of the Apes, before they ever return. And when they return, there can be totally different people here, and they're still alive. You can actually, and thus they could also go to another solar system, to a bigger planet like Jupiter, where time is actually faster towards its surface. Okay? So they can actually go there, time will, and they can actually come back much older when they return here. Time is a relevant ingredient to condensed matter physics. Condensed matter physics is based on your axis, your center of mass, the number 9. The farther, it all has to do with the closer you are to the center of mass, the faster time goes. The farther away from the center of mass, the slower time goes. The only thing is, there's one more ingredient to that. Time is really moving the same everywhere, because the thing that's controlling it is that frame of reference from your distance. So while time is, it's the fact that they're changing the frame of references. Okay, that means that they're moving from one time to another. But in reality, the people on both locations, Earth and Jupiter, they still have a year. They still have the same amount of time to themselves. It's just that their rules and measures change because they're going to new frames of reference. Okay, now, for instance, I'll give you one example. Time for us right now is different than it was an hour, let's say when we started 2 hours ago. How is time different? Okay. We're expanding inside the universe. Time is really going slower than when we started 2 hours ago. An hour right now is really 5 hours now, compared to 2 hours ago would have been 1 hour. Because an hour ago, there was less space between our atoms. 2 hours ago, there was less. Our molecules were more densely packed, and we were more condensed. But because we're still expanding, all our atoms evenly, uniformly, like a surface film covering over the water, expanded as we moved away uniformly. So we don't see that time is changing for us because the way that it's relating to everything around us. Everything's uniformly changing the speed of time at the same time. But in reality, as we're receding away, we're going through time frames where time moves differently. This all has to do with quantum mechanics based on the decimal system, because these numbers all become quantized very quickly. Okay, so, and the reason they become quantized is because the hole in the center is off-center. And so it has to be spin arrayed and has to explain the vortex and how things work to go back in the center. Okay, we won't struggle too hard on time, except that I was just going to show then that you can't, remember in the other chart that everything was always moving this way. This way. And on this chart, going backwards, we can never, ever make a multiplication series. It won't work. In other words, the field, the flux field, keeps the electrical only able to move one way, not backwards as far as time goes. And that also applies to how anything moves through the universe or matter or living biological systems.
So how does that work with energy through your body? Like, Chinese, Chinese medicine and that. I guess it's supposed to go like left to right. The chi is not the way it goes this way?
Back, down your front.
Up the left side, around, and down the right side.
Up your back and down your front.
See anything about that?
There's proper orientation. There's a proper orientation of the energy that David Little was saying. We in the modern times have reversed, and we've got it going in reverse order. I don't have that.
The answer is just what Charlie said, and it deserves a lot of discussion. It's orientation, and we haven't gotten to that yet, and that's the whole
It
subject.
seems like what you're saying is that time moves one way, and you're talking. We were just talking. Alistair and I were talking about the fact that physicists are, what he was just saying, that physicists are messing with the idea and the phenomenon that you can reverse entropic entropy, which really is sort of the same thing as time's arrow moving forward. You can't undo spontaneously what is sort of decay. Things decay spontaneously in time. And he was talking something like moving backwards in time, something like that.
Yeah, I don't agree with him in that
I don't
regard.
agree with that either.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know anything. He was just saying.
We'll know it pretty well by the time we're done.
Well,
Alistair's very brilliant, but as far as there's many things that I'm very careful not to endorse, such as that.
well, he was talking about people who are doing work in that, not just him.
Right. I don't accept it.
Because of the fact that the numbers don't do that, you're saying the universe can't do that.
Because you cannot get rid of radiant emanation, disintegration. You cannot suddenly remolecularize something that is already demolecularized.
But that's an axiom of
It's just that simple.
That's what you're saying.
Right. Right.
And you've come to that conclusion because the numbers don't correspond. When you try to do it with the numbers, it doesn't work. Is that the reason?
That's right. Everything we see here is a proof or evidence that everything has to move forward.
So
Now,
you're saying because of the way numbers, you're taking your model of the universe based on the way numbers work. And if the numbers don't obey that, then the universe can't.
exactly. Exactly right.
Well, that's where spirit comes in, because it's the creative force. It's not a destructive force. It's creative, which is, again, self-evident.
Spirit means that everything works in a spiral staircase on the
The creative force. It's not a destructive force. It's creative, which is, again, self-evident.
Spirit means that everything works in a spiral staircase on the physical world. That means it's like in spiritual qualities. That means that instead of it just being good or bad, black or white, there's actually three qualities. So what happens is that everything's moving in a logarithmic spiral. So it's not a duality. And that's why when we get stuck and we have to make a decision and go forward in life, we always have other options. You know, we think this is going to destroy us or this is going to make or break us, but actually each thing leads to another quality. Compassion leads to mercy. Mercy leads to forgiveness. Forgiveness leads to, what would be the next one? It's different than just being a duality as we tend to try and think of it. Okay. The numbers 3 and 6 are oscillating. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, we've already seen is 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. Here we have 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3. Remember the invisible field? But sure enough, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. Again, a discrete number cannot be created or destroyed. We're all comfortable with that? Okay, last thing before we take down this chart is the vortex. Okay? Okay. So, remember we came down like this, came out, came around like this. We're coming in, coming down, coming out, coming in, around. Okay, what does this look like? These arrows are connecting here, and they're leaving there. Okay? I'm going to need my assistance again.
It's the heart.
Okay. It is making an egg beater. Okay, we see this? It is a vortex. Now what does a vortex do? It takes matter and it demolecularizes it, whips it around, and brings it out now at the bottom. In at the top, out at the bottom. Did everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's exactly, thank you very much. That's exactly what is going on here. It's taking in at the top, out at the bottom, in a vortex. Okay? In and out, comes around again, feeds itself to renew it. And that's how time moves. This is the expanding southern half of the universe. Let's look at it on another chart. Oh, this chart gets saved in 1 second. It was almost going to go. But it gets saved. Because I don't ever remember to make this point. It has to do with the vortex again. I'm glad you're going to see it. Here is the number 2. You see how the number 2 is a perfect mirror of the number 5? Do we all agree with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. But they're inverted. One's upside down. This point right here is inverted. This is the inversion point. This is where everything gets flip-flopped. See how the number 2 is over here and the number 5 is over here? Okay? This is God's cosmic grinder. Okay? The cosmic grinder. Every black hole feeds a white hole. Okay? And the 2 and 5 are opposites. Now the ancients knew this. They knew the symbol, they knew everything. But they didn't share it with the generality of mankind. Or mankind just couldn't learn it. I don't know what the problem was. Okay? But they left us a clue anyway. Now a lot of people say, hey, this is artificial. What are you talking about? The shape of the symbol having anything to do with the actual function and shape. But you know doubling was how we were going that way. And you know halving was the other way. And it's not by accident they stuck the 5 all the way down over here to be a mirror of the 2. And that comes from them both connecting to the 1 where they connect. It's not an accident.
Oh. And then the 8, the other third part in there is the 2 small things filled
overlap.
in on the side.
Yeah.
This is where the whole, the swastika thing came in the 4 corner.
I would think so.
See that? Say what you said
2
again.
times 5? 2 plus
Oh,
5
the
is
4.
4.
Would you repeat what you said?
Oh, I said, well, when you combine the 5 and the 2, they together form an 8 to 2.
Like
Both
this,
ends
like
are
this,
open.
like this, like this.
It's a digital. It's a
Yeah,
digital.
it's
It's
digital.
a digital 8.
Oh, when you combine the symbols for it.
Right, the
Oh, yeah,
symbols of 5
right.
and 2.
Oh, I see what you said, when you overlap.
It's a
them.
swastika, the spiral.
Oh, I didn't see that circuit right there. Yeah. I was thinking of when you go in half, you get 0.5. Is that how they're connected here?
Everything's connected.
And then,
Yeah, that's the... She just said it.
but,
There's- Say it one more time.
Everything's connected.
Yeah.
But the whole secret of that information was kept very secret. I mean, when you go back and you look at bits,
Pretty
now
scary.
that I've seen things.
Wait a
that
minute,
I've
are you
read-
into conspiracy?
Yeah, but I've seen, you know what I mean? I've read things and seen little pieces of this, and it was a deep secret and a well-kept secret. But the swastika, I mean, their symbols came out, but they didn't understand the significance of the eternal life of the swastika.
Well, there's two. There's
That
the
always
reverse
seems backwards
swastika,
to
which
me.
means, yeah.
Yeah.
There's two shapes.
Yeah.
It just looks backwards.
They've been found in every continent, I think, the symbol.
Well, we're dealing with mysticism, and actually, that's my favorite topic, is showing how it relates to archaeology and mystic symbols, and that's my favorite topic. But I'm about to saturate you guys with a whole bunch of that stuff anyway, so. So you asked for it by bringing up that stuff. But the point here is that they are reciprocals, they always make one, and it has a use. Everything we're seeing here has a use. And the use is this. Okay? The use is 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 5 is 10, which equals 1. So I go away from 1, 1, 2, which is a 4, and backwards 1, 2, which is a 7. And 4 times 7 is 28, which is 10, which is a 1. Do you follow that?
Do it again.
No,
would you?
Okay.
it's too fast.
I have to just see. It's weird because I'm going very long this way and very short
But you're
this
going
way.
to adjacent nodes from the center.
Exactly, from the 1.
It's a-
I'm using the 1. I'm not on the 9 right now, I'm on the 1. We learned about polar relationships, which is by the 9. But now we're going to learn reciprocal relationships. The polar is different from the reciprocal. The reason I have the answer to everything is because I'm combining every principle that exists into one ball of yarn. So right now we're going to work not on the polar aspect, but we're going to work on the reciprocal. Reciprocals always equal their beginning point. Okay? 1's the beginning, so 2 and 5 is the next distance. And 2 times 5 is 10 equals 1. Okay, and so now I'm going to go 1, 2, which is to 4, two lines away. Bear in mind that every one of these lines, the ratio of this line to this line to this line is your golden, it's all your means you could ever, everything you want to know.
But you're starting with 2 and you're looking at 1 and 4 in relationship to
No, I'm not going to do that yet.
Oh.
I'm only counting, I'm going to start with 1, I must end up on 1. And this must be a 1, 2, because if this is a 1, I want 1 times 1 is 1. Watch. I'm going to just do it.
Okay,
1 times 1 equals 1, because this is really 1 over 1.
right.
Okay, so I go over here, and because I have 2 parts now, I don't have to multiply 2 times 2, and, well, 2 times 2 is 4, I've never done this before. 2 times 2 is 4, and 5 times 5 is 7, and 4 times 7 is 28, is 10 is 1.
What?
Yeah, it still worked anyway. Okay, it's okay, I just thought, I like to do new things when I can find new things to do, because, okay.
Continue in the circle.
So 4 times 7, which is now 2 away from 1, 1, 2, 1, 2 equals 28, which is 10, which is 1. And then I go 1, 2, 3, I end up here this way. And I go backwards, 1, 2, 3 this way. So I go 8 times 8 is 64, is 10 is 1.
Backwards, 2.
Yeah.
Always equals 1. And I found that this shape always makes the demarcation line. It's called a shear. It's called a, it's real important for modeling electricity. But I won't go on to it further on the chart because you'll see it elsewhere. But since Charlie brought up one other thing, let's do with 2 now. 2 times 2 is 4. Okay, so I go this way. 1 times 4 is 4. Then I got to go like this. 8 times 5 is 40, which is 4. And 7 times 7 is 49, which is 4.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a shear,
And-
consistent.
And one you're moving backwards, 1, or and moving
Yeah.
forward 1, and then the next time you're moving backwards 2,
Right.
and forward 2.
Now 4 times 4 is 16, which is 7. So I go this way and I go, what is it? 2 times 8 is 16, which is 7. And then 1 times 7 is 7. And 5 times 5 is 25, which is 7.
Isn't that fractal though?
Hmm?
That's fractal.
This whole thing's a fractal. I have a chart in here that not only, that I don't have to say one word, that is so beautiful, what's actually behind this board that you're going to get
so
to
it's that
see.
squared plus whatever you... Oh, that's it.
Except that this whole thing, doesn't it also have its own mirror image behind it.
Yeah, and
But it has an
I'm listening to
altitude.
there is no but. Yes, it has a mirror image,
No.
but there's certain laws, there's certain rules, we just have to understand what those are. You're already qualified now, you understand enough that you can tell me what that mirror image is and how that mirror image works. That's what we're trying to go after. Is what is that mirror? What's its polarity? What's its number? What's its location? Based on up, down, right, and left, front and back. We'll get to it.
It's other worlds, I would think.
No.
Other places that we can tap into to get to go.
Huh?
No? They're here. Well, that's what I mean. They're here, but in another frame of mind, like in another type of not the
Nah,
physical plane.
it's all interrelated. Most of it. The only thing that's not a physical plane is the 396s. It gets easier. We'll keep working on it. It's a little bit hard right now because I started you from a coil as opposed to the map. But we'll see.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to
Okay.
know how to work with that.
I wasn't going to pull out
But I'm not
this
sure
chart.
how
I wasn't going to go into this, but I decided to do it now. Anyway,
One away.
for the
Replicate.
sake of thoroughness.
Yeah. I don't think
Wow.
I'm not sure.
Wow. Okay, we ready? What? It's all nine.
Keep moving away.
Okay, top quiz.
Same way, yeah.
Now,
Is that period double?
this method of teaching is called programming. We are programming you. You will have 12 more hours of this.
What's my place in all of this?
What would your place? What is your place in everything normally?
I think that I'm supposed to tell other people about it.
Nice. So you're a teacher. That's right.
Oh, is that it?
He says go join. He says go out and join them. There's a tablet. Baba, I know, a real beautiful tablet. Rejoin those and tell them, the message. Here we go. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. This is a very primitive chart. The binary code is a 6-number digit repeating pattern in the decimal system 124875. This is considered the binary code. This is computer switching. They call it on and off. But I've already said 0 is not the member of any multiplication series. Okay? 0 and 1 cannot be the computers of the future. It just doesn't work. That's why they're so slow and obsolete. Okay? And this toroid system is the supercomputer. But I'm just showing one point, which is the score. Content versus quality. As we have one point here, what is its content? 1. So there's your quality to the right and content to the left. Got it? Now we have 2 points here. What's their content? 2. Does everyone understand that? No. What's their quantity? 2. Okay. And what's their content? A 5. Now we have, that's what a reciprocal
I'm not
is.
following. I'm not paying attention really very well.
Okay. Now we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, you-
And what's their
doubled those.
content? 0.25, which equals a 7.
Oh, okay, right.
Oh, I
Right. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, not
See,
following.
2
How
has
does
7.
5.5 make 5?
It's not 0.5, 0.5, because we're only looking at each one. There's 4, one of these.
Right.
Okay? And each one of those 4 represent 0.125. No, they represent 0.25 if you're looking at the top.
So it's
1,
like a
2, 3,
pyramid.
4.
Maybe it's trying to sell us something?
It is a pyramid. It is. I'm showing you that the binary system is a pyramid, but it's a pyramid that is not binary.
So on the right is
If anything, it's...
on the right is the branch number, and on the left is
Yeah.
the value of the function.
So you made a little contraption that makes a little zippy that is designed off of the holy name vibration?
Yeah.
Oh.
1, 5, 7, 8, 4, 2. It's all harmonics. That's all it is, doesn't it?
That's 2/7, yeah.
It's like the name of God. Well, you can hear electricity when you're walking down the street on the pole. Zapping has a rate and a frequency.
Well,
All right, so
and
they're doubling circuits in reverse directions. So these doubling circuits, again, are significant.
say
Okay, that's all I was
Be resonant.
pointing
You got
out.
2-7 in polarity
That's
right
nice.
there.
Okay.
Oh, no, that-
Then with that chart.
I wonder.
What's the 2-7 polarity? Right?
All right. I showed the vortex in, out,
Oh,
last but least point, which is not going to be, I showed the 2 and 5 is not accident. As long as we're on these charts, I'm showing the vortex action. I'm showing how it moves in a vortex. Showing infinity. It's just a cosmic grinder. Okay, I'm showing the music scale. Classic musical scale is the doubling circuits too. From C to C to C is 1, 128, which is 11, which is 2, 256, 13, 4, 5, 12 is 8. It's the same thing. Your doubling circuits. I said the ancients did know this, and that pretty much sums that up right there.
Yeah, they built the pyramid.
Okay. 5, 1, 2. 128 is 11, 2, 256, 13, 4, 5, 12, 8, 1024, 7. Remember, 7 always comes after the 8, not before. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Okay. Do you have that, Sunshine?
no. And I'm a musician, so I should pick that up
Real quick. Okay, pull your chair a little closer.
Yeah. So you guys can't see it.
I think we need like a mental doggy bag to take some of it home.
Yeah, really.
No, just squeeze her in the middle. Actually, take a second, and let's make Sunshine squeeze in here. Okay, there you go. Not too far for you. Come closer now.
Intellectual enzymes.
And turn your chair a little bit like this towards me. Help her, Sunshine. Listen.
So how come all these
Okay,
brilliant
good.
people haven't figured this out?
Because they're using ones and zeros instead of nines.
Well, that's the whole.
There's
And they
stuff
don't
in
use
literature about
numerology.
groups mod 9.
Just use the
I
linear system.
know there is, because I've worked with it in group theory textbooks.
But there's nobody that could.
I've never seen it done like this before.
There's no. That's right. This is
Yeah.
a different kind
So
of process.
This is really, really rich territory for mathematics, at least. That's what I'm seeing.
So the whole.
It's a whole new
Yeah, it's very
frontier.
rich. But I just don't know whether if you got a real good number theorist from some university, he would say, "Oh, that's just I did that last year." Or something like that.
I've never-
met anybody that.
There ain't a teacher around who's ever seen this before that can explain it.
But there's parts of this that are the ideas are pretty standard. And like 369 being a subgroup.
It isn't what they already know. It's the fact they've never unified it.
Right. I haven't ever seen it like this.
Yeah. Right. That's the promise. They can't see what the universe is doing. They say, oh, maybe it's expanding. Maybe it's going to keep on going forever. Maybe it's going to collapse on itself. They don't know. Okay. I do know. This, you're going to know with this. Okay. Go ahead, Judy.
The Turing model of computer.
what?
The Turing.
Okay. I would have liked to apply this a lot to computers, but did you get that point right there on the music scale yet?
I can't even see that.
You know what, it's the cycles
You
per
have-
second,
you-
which
you-
you
you
didn't
gotta
say
keep-
what it
Yeah.
was.
You got it?
Simonic.
I will...
So it's by thirds.
no.
I'm sorry, I can't see that.
I
But
know.
if I go
I'm
bong,
sorry.
then
It's not your fault. The chart's too
She's
small.
doing the-
No, if I
doing
go
the
bong,
octave.
that's
I'm gonna
C,
say it
right?
again.
It's got a resonance.
Yeah.
And so the resonance is a certain number of cycles per second, right?
Yeah.
So he's got down there's 256 cycles per second for C. If you add 2, 5, and 6, what do you get? You get
13, which equals 4.
13, and 3 plus 1 is 4. And 4 equals into the equation of all of the things that he's explained to us here. Is that right?
What are the other
That's
cycles?
exactly
What
right.
are the other numbers that you...
512 is your next C, which is 8. And you know 4, there's 8. And you know 7 always comes after 8. And the next C is 1024.
So 4... So what...
Go 4, 7, 1 again?
So 4...
Hmm?
Did we go 4, 7, 1 again?
4, 8,
5
7.
comes after 7.
So...
Okay, so sure enough, we got 2048 is the next frequency of C. 2 and 4 is 6, 8 and
those are
6
the
is
octaves.
14, 1 plus
The
4 is
octave
5.
frequencies you're doing right there. Does that
Okay.
work with the others? With A and the other octaves on the...
They're the same distance. Actually, everything that I'm explaining, I'm not a musician.
Yeah.
So I've never even written a paper on how this relates to music, because you see how much there is already that we, and there's so much. I actually am hoping that Sunshine, I hate to say it's Sunshine, but I'm retiring after this talk this evening, and you're going to have to do the work on explaining it on the music scale, because musicians could be a whole group of people that you could be teaching about the number 9 and how it relates to metaphysics and divinity and things. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm just giving her I'm just giving her an Uzi.
It works for A.
So
It does work
It
for
does,
A.
because 220 is the low A, 440 is the high A, the next one up. And then the doubling of that would be,
Well, it's the
1760,
electromagnetic field. It's the way you're
That's pretty powerful now. So when we listen to music and they say it's the wings of in the Baha'i scripture, it says it's the wings of the soul to the heaven, the spiritual wings. So it really is electromagnetically in harmonics. Now I'll tell you something that we have a question here, but I'll tell you something that Alistair did say, and he was exactly right. He said that no, I forgot. He said that the harmonics. I forgot. Oh well, you were right, Alistair. Go ahead.
So it kind of sounds like what you're giving us is like the theory that can be applied to every part of our culture,
Yeah,
whether it's
everything.
science, math, music, religion. It's basically, yeah. It's,
It's the thing everybody's looking for
I'm giving you your attaché case.
Yeah.
in every field of
The reason.
Just watch out for the gun that shoots backwards.
astro.
Yeah, it's like
You harmonize to the most great.
the reason, giving us the reason.
That's right. That's right. That's really correct. Thanks. The meaning
The meaning.
of life, to ask the questions. Why do we live? What is our purpose? What is our goal? Where are we going to? What do we come from?
How about this for an idea? Okay, you're talking about the 9, the 6, and the 3. And when the 9 is positive and the 6 and 3 are both negative, some friends of ours that came from Los Angeles spoke. They were Baha'is, and they were explaining how two people that are in love, if they are focusing on God,
I agree with
they're
that.
like little mirrors, and they're reflecting the light towards God. And yet, if they're focusing on themselves or each other too much, then they're not reflecting the light, and they're not getting anything either from God. So if you're dwelling on yourself too much, you can't be absorbing any of this good energy, which is also like this, because when you think about it, these two things that are negative, they're actually receiving.
That's right.
And also, if they were positive, they're actually X's, which means X's is like negative, in a way. Positives are negative, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean, but I know you're completely right. I don't know what you mean by X's, but you're exactly right. They are receiving.
It's like an X. A positive sign, like a cross, is
Some
like an
sign.
X, right? So it means you're wrong when you're actually thinking that you're so good not to be receiving. Like you should be receiving from the
Soul is
higher
feminine,
energy.
soul is
You know what I mean?
receptive.
You've got to always be tapping and receiving. You've got to hold on to it completely, even in your sleep. That's right. You've always got to, it's called your invisible cord that connects you. You always want to be able to be focused and at your epicenter, focal centers. Be it an athlete when you're moving and you're exercising, or when you're praying or worshiping. And the highest form is to know the name of God and intonate it and touch into that vibration. What you just said is really right. Another example is like when we look out on the ocean and the moon's on it, and we see the sea of 70,000 lights. They look like little lanterns, but we know in reality they're all reflecting from just that one moon. Okay, and the only time we see that little reflection is when those facets are at the right angle. It's like a Swarovski Austrian leaded crystal prism. Okay, the crystal glows and has a fire on it because the facets are all focused. They all have the epicenter. They're all prismatic. They're a mirror. These numbers, everything I've really come here is about to turn into a prism. Behind this sheet is a prism with immense facets. And Charlie's seen that prism, so he knows what's going on. And you're about to see it too. Before we go to that prism, was there one more thing then that we should cover. I just want to say that I cracked the code to the Enneagram, but we won't try and do it. You were going to talk about the Turing in computers, but I honestly think that the best application of my work is to computer sciences. That's why I'm going to be speaking at the Maui Computer Center. And maybe if you have the time, you'll come. I'm a little frightened that most of them won't understand what I'm going to say. If you don't come, it's fine. Only thing is that there is no board here other than me showing a few fractals which you were interested in, artificial intelligence. I don't address the computers. I do address it. I don't do it is the difference. I didn't make these coils. There has to be computer inventors and programmers and softwares that are going to have to do this. I don't have the resources to start working on computers. If I had a laboratory, if I had a budget and an office and all that stuff, I'd be applying it to computers and technology. A lot of people want to apply my work to that. I do have the answer, but so I'm not going to jump into the Turing right now.
What you're going to need is a bulletproof vest. That's what you're going to need to stay safe.
There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah.
My bulletproof vest, you know what it really is? You were going to say something, Judy?
Armor of God. Yeah.
Okay, but I feel bad saying that I didn't go into the Turing. So say what you want to say about the Turing.
When you showed the binary system was around 2 and 7,
Uh-huh.
it immediately, hello, it's like it doesn't work, and there are no zeros, and how smart do you have to be to see that?
Yeah, I know. It's shocking. That because what they're doing is they're saying things in science predicated on things that are fallacious, and it's just amazing. In other words, they are fudging. Don't rub your eye too hard. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If you're worried about protecting yourself, then you don't have the time to be doing other things. So I've ignored that issue too. Quanticized from relativistic to quantum. He actually said that, like he had a funny saying, he says, they're actually going to be very frightened of me, which they are, because he said that it took somebody out of the right field that came in through the side door from another approach because they haven't been able to solve it. That makes sense that somebody that was off the wall would figure it out. And that's the problem. So I've never had a threat from any government or agency, ever. I have had a few scientists get drunk and when they're sober say my work's the best and most wonderful they've ever seen and stuff like that, and how could they have not have read my book 6 months sooner and this and that. And then when they got drunk they called me, you this, you that. I can't remember all the things they say, but about the 20th word was a scandalous Scotsman, and my best friend who was with me really burst into laughter on that. Called me everything in the book. So, and I like that, I don't mind. So, okay. So we did cover this chart, which I normally forget. We couldn't even touch this unless we had the toroid. Maybe we'll come back to it. I'll leave it up here. Maybe not. We'll see. Because it is interesting how it relates this to the toroid. Okay. We are now then going to pull it down. And we're about to get complicated. Okay. Everybody ready? I'll wait 1 second.
Isn't it interesting the two teachers are the ones talking about it?
Right. Very good point. Okay, you guys over there, just a sec. You ready?
We're about to present the...
We need your help.
Yeah.
We need your help on this. Okay. I'm going to want you guys to chart the way. This is Judy and Charlie. I'm going to want you to chart the way how this toroid, how this emblem right here is going to be a three-dimensional system. We're going to try and take everybody into dimension now. Okay? Because all this has ever been is a flat, straight line cross-section of a circle. Okay? We're going to now take them into dimension. And Charlie knows how a little bit.
Yeah, I remember from yesterday a little bit about that.
Okay.
My students probably remember better.
And he has great students. They're focused, they're concentrated.
I'll ask them what they remember.
Okay.
They probably, Willow, I'm sure, remembers. Because she was the one that was, and then Renee was
Okay.
asked what was
we have right here, so I'm telling you the answer before we go with Charlie's tonight. We're all going to try and help you understand. This right here, the reason these 2 points are different than these 2 points is this is telling you simply, nothing fancy, this is a coordinate system. On a simple coordinate system, you have an x, y, z axis. Okay? Okay, this is your x, this is your y, and this is your z. Everyone follow that?
And Z comes out at you essentially?
Z comes out at you, like that. It's the dandelion principle. It's really coming out this way, but it's in a phasing of thirds. Thirds means is it's coming out. This one's little, this is medium, and this is long. And the next one coming out to it, if this is representing a tile or a space, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 before that space is ever activated again. It's always in thirds. So they're just not shooting out randomly. It's really, I'm so privileged to be understanding, to be able to mentally think of this. Because when I was just a little kid, I saw the books they wrote at this, the most advanced professor in the world, Eddington, and he was a wonderful guy. But it was the same as your children telling you a story at night before you go. It was like Alvin and Clive's, and what is it? Some Dewey Hamster. He always gets his head chewed off at the end. It was a hamster story. Everything's a hamster story. So I really feel blessed to be able to get out of the hamster story and learn about how this energy sprays out. It's like a fountain. It's the fountain of life. Okay? So, the x-axis, now it turns out what I'm doing is I'm doing an x coordinate system, and it's going to be all your family number groups of 1, and it's going to be all your family number groups of 4 on the y. I better circle my number because it's becoming messy. And this one right here is going to be my family number groups of 7. See the same? Sloppy 7.
4 is part of the 1 group, though.
Huh?
Nah, because they occupy different points. It's the same. They're the same family number group.
Right.
But we're not talking about family number groups right now. I'm showing you how the spatial orientation, how this point is so significant from this. These are all the planes of architecture.
Oh, 1.7. Oh.
So 1 and 8, you're going to say are equivalent now in this system? Or what?
Oh, we're getting there.
Okay.
It's pretty
But
tricky. I might say that the most brilliant seismic engineer and architect in Mexico looked at this and he just knew what it was immediately. I wish I was as smart as him. Took me years. He said it was all the planes of spatial orientation. Okay, and you're doing it fast because you've already jumped to the 8. Where's the 1 and 8? Here I superimpose a double coordinate system. This is your 8. This is now your 5. Remember 4 and 5s are opposites? And this is actually, it's going the reverse. This is your 2. Okay? And everything about them is opposite and reverses. This one, okay,
Is that right?
you're about to see how it works. Yeah, it's right.
What about 8? Did you?
There's your 8 and 1.
1, 7, and what?
Here's your 4 and 5. I know it's getting a little difficult, everybody. It'll be easier in a minute.
Oh, okay, they're
7.
complements. Okay, the complements are opposite.
And I put 2 coordinate systems together to make a stereograph. See how we have red and blue here? So I'm about, now remember, if you have stereo, you got dimension and feel and displacement and surround sound. And, okay? Yes? Charlie, you ready?
No.
Well, it's happening anyway. 8 and 1 is going to be your x-axis. 4 and 5 is your y-axis. And 7 and 2 is your z-axis.
You reverse the colors, so.
I'm not doing family number groups. I didn't reverse
Yeah, but you
anything.
put
I'm showing 1 and 8.
It's like altitude now.
Yeah, but you've
It's
made
more
it-
complicated
you've
now.
made,
It's good
you know,
try, but it's more
8
complicated.
red now.
It explains why altitude exists, though. Huh?
2 is still opposite to 7, but it's a different color now.
That's right, because you'll get it pretty quick. Okay, we're going to lose this one. If you need to see
You
it,
reverse the colors.
there you go. Of course, they're not colorized.
But are you
Oh, well.
thinking of the colors of the graph that he's now writing
Almost
is
like the
supposed to be the same
Volkswagen.
colors as what he's written up there?
That's what I'm.
Oh,
That's
see.
just why we were-
Are you doing that on purpose, or does that just happen to be the colors that you picked to
You
do the
reversed
graph
all the
with?
colors, right?
That's what's confusing him.
You've got
You got
complements.
blue with 1, See what you've done, and 7 is blue, and 4
8
is...
plus 1 is
or
9,
Y
7
is
plus
blue.
2 is 9,
You see?
4 plus 5 is 9. So I
See
can
how
see
the X and
that.
Y are written in blue?
Right.
That's what's confusing here.
This
You've taken
714.
174, you've taken what was pink, and you've made that family into blue.
What matters right now
It's the number.
is that I just
Okay,
used the
so you
same
just did that
color.
arbitrarily. Okay, you didn't care about matching that. with that.
There's nothing arbitrary in the universe, but yes, you are correct.
Okay. So I follow you now.
And I've never erased in a class before until now. But here we go.
Yes, for you,
That's a
Tony.
Y.
Thank you.
That's what's confusing me.
Okay.
Y is actually-
I appreciate meticulousness. So this is a 1,
1,
this is a
7.
No, it's 4. Wouldn't that be-
thanks.
Oh, and 4 is there? and
The
it's
moon is void of course,
Well,
so you have a good
actually,
astrological
here,
excuse.
I did it wrong again. 1, 7,
Huh?
4. Because it should be all red. Make them happy.
174, and that should be, okay.
How?
And I'll put 285 in the blue so it matches the chart.
I'm supposed to go to sunshine.
And I hope, and I will probably never let this happen again. It's a mistake. Okay, 8, what is it, 2, and 5. But he's right. You got it?
174, yeah.
This stuff's a poison. You gotta be
And
careful.
those axes correspond to the different vertical levels on the...
Not vertical levels. The
Well-
horizontally lining up, the disketting is because there's an energy. We'll come back to that. I'm saying that this is showing XYZ. This is totally different now.
Right, but you've taken that from the fact that they're complements of each other.
That they're different.
On the corresponding corners mirrored, though.
Yes. We're comfortable with that? Okay. So Judy, I need your help, please, to remove this one. And this one will not be too easy to take down, because we put it on a little bit stronger. What I'm about to show you, I'll tell you real quick, is we're going to show you this coordinate system, stereographic, everything overlapping. We're going to show you the skin of the toroid. We're going to show you how this all works now. And it's not going to be too easy.
That's what it looks like when it's moving.
Oh my god.
Oh, I didn't want to erase
Thank you. You can just hold it up with him. It doesn't hurt right now. So all this was just to prepare you for this.
There's a pattern somewhere.
Okay. Oops. But I had promised you to go into vortexes, which are more fun.
Ah.
Yay!
Yeah, our hero. The White Knight vortex. All right. So, are we missing one person? Oh yeah, sunshine. Okay, so here we go. We have the vortex. We ready? Okay. A vortex is compressing and it's decompressing. Okay? This is it going in at the top, coming out at the bottom. Remember the gold, the emanations. This is what everyone else lost and forget. Every physicist, every scientist, every mathematician didn't remember that right there. Okay? There's something driving this thing, and it's coming out of the center. It's a higher dimensional energy. The universe can be quantified in whole numbers. The number 9 is the spindle around which everything revolves diagonally in logarithmic spirals. So there's the number 9 shooting out in multiples of 7. A tornado is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. What devastated Kauai but a tornado? Okay, which is a vortex. Now the reason I did this is that a tornado is based on the word toroid. Okay, and our body's called a torso. And that's what we're modeling as a toroid. This is called a toroid coil. Okay, and this is called toroidal pinch, where it gets very small in the center is a toroid. Now the universe, they say a black hole disappears into nothing, but a black hole turns into a white hole. It decompresses out. Okay? Here's the Earth's magnetosphere in a toroid. Okay? These are all based on a vortex. Okay. Now, this is called a funnel. Are you having fun? And there's the dandelion puff principle. How the universe reprocesses itself, because I'm saying it's an ecological system. It comes out the nozzle, the jet, which is right through here, nature's hourglass, and decompresses, okay, and these are toroidal field coils, and decompresses and purifies, and it comes out again, all over again, to continue the process. Okay. Time ratchets forward. These are just other things I put. Okay, so let's look at a toroid. I'm going to ask you to be our new assistant. Yes. Would you please spin that and make that into a vortex?
Do you have to stand up here? Spin it?
No. I'm going to ask you to be our new assistant. Yes. Would you please spin that and make that into a vortex?
Do you have to stand up here? Spin it?
No. Do you know how to do it? No, he'll do it. No. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, get it going faster, 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 faster. Okay. Okay, and stop. You just start, move your hand, hold it only in the center. There you go. There is your tornado, there is your vortex. It's compressing, going through the singularity where the energy shoots out from, and going out the white hole, and it'll come back and go again in a closed loop cycle that's ecological. And that's how the coil is made. But it's not made like this. It's made almost straight lines around the invisible 9 that it's spinning around the vortex. Okay, I'll show you how to do it real
You
fast.
should just smell water before you drink it.
Yeah, no, a lot of people sell machines that do that. So there's...
Tornado water.
They do that. In fact, they make a machine that costs $40,000. They say it puts back the life energy into the water.
You just
by
gotta
doing
shake
this.
it up.
Hmm?
You just gotta shake it up though.
My friend Ray spins every morning. He does those Fountain of Youth exercises, and the first one is spinning more than 21 times.
Yeah, a lot of mystics, like dervishes, that go into, what would be the state? Mystical states?
Come on,
By the spinning and stuff like that. They go into ecstatic states.
Yeah.
They go into ecstatic states by doing that stuff.
It's just to align the chakras, apparently. Each exercise aligns one chakra.
That's interesting. All tied in with vortices, all the chakras, the meridians, all the holistic medicine. It's all tied in again to what? Where's Brian when we need him? Vortices. We mentioned Brian because he's a naturopath who was here an hour ago.
Who's homework?
Huh?
Who's homework?
Whose home we're in. Okay. So, I'm explaining a vortex and how it works. Now, the vortex is driven by the emanations coming out the center. You can see it clearly in the pulsing of thirds. 1, 2, 3. The thirds intersect in a harmonic, a timing. It's like musical harmonics. And that's how I keep the electricity from having friction and having random collisions. Charlie and Judy, you guys are in deep states.
I'm looking at your... I heard this.
Oh, so you remember it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. That was fast. But I'm looking at that.
Well, if you discover any new things, I'd like to know them.
Well, I'm just seeing if I had to make one. But
I think you're about to discover some new things. That are,
Everything gives you 9.
okay.
It's like nothing's new anymore. Everything's
Here's your 396s in the center.
Right.
See your 396s always in the center? Remember I said we leave it alone? 396, 693? It flips. First it goes 396, and remember I said it flips, 693?
No matter what.
Here's your 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5s going in. So this is one winding. Here's the other winding going out, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5.
Oh, and then there's the space in between you were talking about.
And if you put these both together, okay,
Space. Is that where the energy
you get this guy. which is the skin of the toroid. Because here you have doubling down, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Here you have doubling up, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. There's your 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3.
Okay.
This and those two ingredients make this.
That's what you get.
In fact, everything you're seeing is all one and the same. The numbers never move. I'm just giving you zoom views, cross-section views. I'm giving you
Is this
outer
the whole
surface
picture?
views.
I just thought of
Doubling.
nothing.
Doubling
Yeah,
up the
picture
diagonal.
television
I'm looking
screen.
at a picture.
There's 525 lines, right? What's that? 5 to 5. That adds to 12. That makes 3, right? 525 lines go down, and then it zooms up in a blank diagonal line, and then it comes back down again to fill in the other ones that it did. There's a blank line in there. Why is that a blank line in there?
Oh, that's a good
There's
point.
a blank line. Every time you're seeing, every second, there's a blank line in there.
Yeah, that is a good point.
That's where they put all the sub stuff that they send you. That's what they put all that.
The subcarrier?
Yeah, and that's also where they put the TTY, I think it's called, for the deaf. It reads that.
Right.
That's where it is. And it has to be somewhere, right?
For the visual characters, the
Right,
typeset.
visual typeset for the. That's right. It comes to 3. It adds up to 3.
It's real interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's real interesting too that you broke it down in the interlacing, because really what I'm doing here is an interlacing. What I'm doing is I'm creating a because in reality all the lines that exist are really the diagonal lines this way. It's all moving this way. It's the right-hand rule. And in reality, all these lines this way don't exist. But I needed to put them there so I could show you that there is really a tile or a spatial or a volume in how it moved. In reality, all these other lines under here don't exist. What you're seeing is really just this, which is the winding of the coil. But what I did was I interlaced the undercarriage, so then that you would have a matrix from which you can tile, from which you then can decorate your environment, so that you can then navigate and move around in it. Because that's what this whole thing is. It's a navigational map. It tells you how you can go anywhere in the universe and up and down and know what's going on in the universe. It's the secret of the gyroscope. It's these numbers, this everything. The number 9 is the source of the gyroscope, and everything's spinning around 9. Okay, everybody ready? So I'll explain to you how it works. Now, remember we were going to say that it is a... Okay, so you now see that this is the skin. So these tiles really get bigger and smaller. See how they're longer here and wider out here? But here I had to make them just like a grid cloth to keep it simple. Okay? Otherwise they would have been getting bigger. Okay? By the way, this cheesecloth is very important. Again, there's no horizontal or vertical line. It's all diagonals, like our symbol. That's why in relativity everything's a warp and curve. Remember I said time follows a logarithmic spiral of the doubling circuit? Everything's diagonal, not time on our third dimension, not a bullet shooting, not light. Nothing can be horizontal or vertical perfectly. Even a photon behind an eclipse of the sun was seen to curve. A photon coming from a distant star proving that relativity existed.
It's a double help.
Okay, so here again, we are looking at, so when they do math made out of horizontal vertical lines, you get a quad ruled sheet of paper and you calculate things, that's totally false. Because if you get a quad rule and you put it diagonally, everything diagonally, it's not squares, it's diamonds. When everything's a diamond, then you can pick up your calculations, you can go off that end, and you can go through a hole and come back out the other end. And you can actually be the toroid. Does everyone follow that? Okay, I'll show a picture of that too. Everybody can say, no, I didn't follow that. But this is what it looks like. This is what I mean going through the hole. Okay, so on diamonds, you can go off the page this way, and you're really coming back in around, and you're coming back out the other end.
Are you making a virtual reality of all this information so you can kind of get inside it?
It's something you can do.
Okay.
Okay, we need someone to do this.
You said you don't want to get flipped out.
No, actually it needs to be modeled on a computer, because that way you can see when you start with the number how the energy vibrates. When you have a motion here, it goes over to there. You're going to have fun on that when we get to that. showing vibration and motion. Okay, so everything's spinning around the 9. Why? Because the ether-on magnetism, that invisible field, is displacing everything, creating the vortex. Okay, and you have the doubling circuits, and they come around, contract. So I think we'll start right now on that vibration that you'll have fun with, and that energy. So let's see if I can find it. Here it is, right here. Okay. We're going to have to go backwards because we're 90% of the stuff is the charts that we didn't cover. Well, that isn't it. That's mysticism. Well, you would have liked that anyway. That's dealing with the letters in the name of God in harmonics. And they all have numbers so far. Him. You get to pick a number, any number. 5. Okay. Which 5 would you like?
Second row at the top. Sure.
Where?
Yeah.
Right here?
No, the one above that.
The blue?
Blue 5.
Way up there?
No, that one. Yeah,
On the
the
right.
red one.
The big
On the
one.
left hand side, yeah.
The red.
How come you guys know?
Red one.
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, too close.
Very obscure number.
How come you guys know that that was the one he wanted? And why would he pick this one? It's so hard.
You
Okay.
can't reach there.
I'm drawing. I actually shouldn't be using blue, should I? Oh, I don't have blue marker. Okay. So we have 5 in the center. Okay. So we're going to add up all the numbers and stop at 6. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 2 is 4. 4 and 4 is 8. 8 and 7 is 15 is 6. 9 and 8. 9 and 6 is 6. 6 and 6 is 12 is 3. 6 and 3 is 9. 9 and 5 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. That's what you get for making me pick a hard one. I did it quick. Okay.
Do it again.
Who?
Again.
Okay.
Can you do it with 7?
Okay, we'll do it with 7 next. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 plus 7 is 15, which is 6. 6 and 6 is 12 is 3. 6 and 3 is 9.
No, you didn't do that right.
I did it right. Wrong. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 2 is 4. 4 and 4 is 8. I need a caller.
87 is 15.
You wanna be the
is
caller?
6.
Oh, Charlie will be the caller.
Well, until I make a mistake.
Okay, Charlie, go ahead. 1 and 1.
Is 2. 4. 4 and 4 is 8. 8 and 7 is 15, which is 6. 6 and 9 is 15. Which is 6.
6 and 6, 12.
6 and 6 is 12, which is
6, 9.
3. 3 and 6 is 9. 9 and 5 is 14, which is 5.
So it's still equaling that little drop that's shooting out. It's still being generated by that little drop.
So we had to add all the numbers in
That-
that, right?
That's why it's called point energy creation physics, because there's a point coming out from the inside of this toroid skin making that happen.
Does it relate to?
In other words, there's an emanation shooting out that's making all these numbers ripple.
Does it relate to 0 point energy?
This is 0 point energy.
That
Right.
is what your skin looks like too.
What?
Like a crisscross.
Our what looks like? Our skin?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Our skin actually does have that. Everything has it. Even our bones, when they do x-rays, it's imprinted everywhere. There's some charts on that. That's exactly right. Literally. We can always take this literally, what we're working on. So he asked, does it relate to 0 point energy? Okay. So everyone satisfied it makes a wave of 9? Okay. That's right. And what's coming out of the 0? The 9. All the numbers. Okay, are created by this energy.
One of your points is that if you take a number and you add around it, you end up with 9 always.
Always
The other
9.
fact, though, is that if you add 9 to any number, you get that number back.
Exactly.
Right?
And
So you
0
end up
point
with
energy,
9.
over unity, free energy, alternate energy, this is what we've discovered. Because of the 9.
Even though we can't see
You
it.
mean,
Right.
if you add the 9 to the center number,
If
then
you
get
add
the
9
center.
to any number, you get the number
In the
back.
center,
Yeah, but you'll get the number.
you get the drop.
Yeah, but if you added 9 to 7, you'd get 7.
Okay.
And you add 9 to 8, you get 8. Okay, so you get 9 on the outside whenever you go, and then when you finally add it to the middle number, you'll get that middle number again. That's why it's that, yeah.
Let's pick
So,
7.
2 different ways of looking.
You picked 7, correct? Over there? Oh, essential aroma oil? What? You picked 7?
Yeah.
Give me a 7.
The one
right in the middle, it's easy to reach.
Right. Which one? Which one you want?
Sure, that one.
Okay. We have 7. Okay, because she made one easy for me. I'm going to make waves around it, even farther out. Okay? You can even go this far out. God help us. That'll be not too easy.
Be here all night. So I can go in.
Okay. You see what we're doing?
They
Okay.
all make 7?
Hmm?
They all make
They'll
7?
all make 7. So here's 7. Okay. Who's going to be the caller who's really quick? Who's really fast enough to this now? You can do it? Here he goes.
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, which is 2, 2,
Perfect.
8, 4, 6, 1, 9.
Perfect. A wave of 9. Let's do another one.
So it goes to 9 and then comes back to the center.
Well, we already did the center with 7, so
Yeah.
we really don't have to even think about it. Okay, but yeah, you're
But
right.
that's 2 ways of looking at it,
Because we're really just looking at this is the source, which is the 7. So it's making waves in all direction, but it doesn't want to lose that 7. And if it equaled like a 4 or something, then it would be 7, 4 is 11, 2. It wouldn't be a
So
7
we'll change
anymore.
it. That's right.
It
So
would
the
change
center
it.
one is the one that stays constant in the middle of a vortex.
Exactly.
Oh,
The eye of the tornado.
And if you go out further, right, it works too.
He will tell us.
Oh, that's why in a tornado, it will like shoot out stuff and it'll still be perfect in a hole.
Right, balance.
And everything else around it will be destroyed except for what was in the actual center.
Right, center of the cyclone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah.
That makes sense now.
7 plus 4.
2, 5, 4, 8, 1, 2, 7, 4, 5, 6, 3, 3, 6, 9,
18,
9.
I like that concentration. Another 9.
Mhm.
Okay.
But you can only, but you're adding, yeah, never mind.
What's your numerology?
Hmm? What's my numerology? What do you mean?
What number your name or
Oh, my,
birthday
I don't
is?
do it based
Oh.
on the sequence of numerology. I don't use man-made numerology. I use scriptural numerology, which we'll go into. That was actually the board I pulled up.
Oh,
Based on the Arabic language or the Persian or the Sanskrit or the scriptural,
mm-hmm.
Why not?
not man-made. Hmm?
What do you mean? Like your name is man-made?
Together, you still get 9.
Like your name?
He asked me what number my name added up to. And I said, my name does have a value, but I said I don't use the numerology based on English, where we arbitrarily say A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. I say I use a different kind of numerology, not based on superstition or witchcraft or voodoo. The kind of numerology I use is what I call quantum numerology, and where I learned that was studying on the name of God out of the different religions, out of the different scriptures, because the name of God was always sacred and so holy, and all the major religions recorded all their knowledges not with math, but with their alphabet, with their letters. Okay, I'll show you an example of that.
Oh, good.
Here's the Arabic alphabet. Here is the mathematical correspondent. For T is 9. For Z is 900. For, God, I can't even, AIM, oh, that's the key letter right there, is represented by that symbol there. We don't even have it in English. Is 7. Smaller than an AIM is the Hamza. And that's actually the word of God. And that's actually the sound that the glottal stop. And that's actually the word that they're talking about, that created creation, stuff like that. But that's religious mysticism. And we're not ready for that yet. But that's the numerical system that I use, that I found this toroid skin. Okay? So we'll come back to this stuff dealing with math. Okay? Math and letters and harmonics and sounds. Eventually we'll take it to the brain and our intelligence and brain waves and encephalograms and meditation and worship and mantra and how to tap into the remaining potential of the brain and tap into 90% potential unused part of the brain, and essentially how to become geniuses and psychic states and be able to do miracles and all that other stuff that is inherently latent potential within us that we should already be doing that we never fully realized yet. Yeah.
Are you going to go into how you constructed, I mean, if you were going to construct one of these, how the numbers are related, that this magic is happening?
I think so.
Okay.
I think you should know that. In other words, you want to know how these numbers make the coil.
Well, I see that 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, if you started a blue 1, just any one.
Start a blue one.
Blue 1, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5.
1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5.
That's a sequence. If you
Yep.
go next door to it, no, the other way, no, right next to it, the red one right under, yeah, there we go. If you go backwards, you're going in the negative reference.
But that's not the one. That matches
That's
that
the polar
one.
opposite.
This is the pair. See, they're in a pair. See the dark black line?
Because there has
This-
to be a space for the 693.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Okay. These are your pair in here. This is your
Yeah.
binary
So
triplet.
if you go like this.
But also, the one next to
Looking at it
that,
when
the
you-
red one is just moving in an opposite direction. I mean, if you were just to construct this without any theoretical considerations, if you just said, I need to remember how to construct this, it seems, couldn't you just take that, say that blue one, you start with that blue one, no, the one that you started with before.
Where is it at?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
blue
that
one.
one, and if you, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, going up, right?
Okay.
4, 8, 7, 5, right?
Uh-huh.
And if you started to the red one diagonally to the right, no, there, and you went 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, you get the same numbers, right?
The pattern?
You go 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 only backwards, right?
Okay, Charlie. You asked for it. And your point is?
I'm just asking you, I was asking you, you did not intend to construct it that way, and I don't know if it works out throughout the chart that way, but that's what I'm seeing right now. In other words, they're moving in opposite directions, but it's the same numbers, except separated by the mirrors 693, 396, 693, 396.
Over and over again always.
Right.
The same
Which
pattern.
would be that middle
No matter what.
span.
That's right. Here's what we're looking at, right? This is our lattice, our matrix.
Yeah.
Okay. Show you when, yes, you can make it if you just know. In fact, if you just know 3 numbers, you know everything. Okay. Here's your 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. That's the pattern that you saw?
1, 2, 4, 8.
Okay.
So you'd
And then
make a
you
red
said-
one. You'd make a red one right next to it. You have to make it red, though.
Well, I'm
Okay,
just
and
going to
then
use
you
my
go
pen.
1, 2. The 2 would be up to
Okay,
the
but
right.
watch this. So we know it's, so right here we had a 5, a 7, an 8,
4, 2.
a 4, 2, a 1,
Yeah.
a 5. And that's how we make it, huh?
Well,
Okay. Watch this,
That's another
though.
one.
This is for everyone to understand. You want to make it by just knowing that pattern.
Right.
But every single axis, remember our 3D that's underneath here that I just erased? Our 3D coordinate system, which is the toroid right here, which is explained in this bar. Remember I said the multiplication table? Remember I said it was X, Y, Z? Here's our 8 and 1s this way, here's our 4 and 5s this way. Okay, let me show you what I mean. I can make this whole thing by just knowing that, by looking at
Oh, yeah.
4, 5, except 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Except the 1, we actually did it backwards. Might as well do it right.
It goes 2, 7, 2, 7.
Let me do this right.
I see
Add it
how.
together. 2, 7, 2, 7.
Oh,
Okay, and this would have been 1,
Yeah.
2,
Right.
4. This is a 1, 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1.
Right.
We had them going in reverse direction, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. So sure enough, any way you go, it will have to mean something. So we're going to look for the 9. Okay? We have the 9 goes right here. And from any direction the 9, it's going to make the toroid skin.
Why did you choose the 9 right there?
Because the 9's all, that's because I knew if we had 2 numbers here, 7, 8, the next number after it must be 9.
Oh, I see.
And this
Going-
must
now
be a
you're going
1,
vertical. Yeah.
and this must be a 2, and this must be a 6 then, and this must be a 5.
Okay, right.
So I got units of 1, 4, 5, okay, 6, 7, 8,
Right.
Okay.
3 above that.
Okay, but let's go the opposite direction. Let's say I just have a 9 here, I have a 5 here, I have a 1 here. What must be over here? 6. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, or let's say I have a 4 here, I have an 8 here. What must be over here?
3.
Exactly right. Okay. And so not only can we figure that this must be a 9 right here because it's 2, 1, 9, but we also know that it would be 3, 8, 4, 9. Okay.
Because 8 and 4 is 3.
Because 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 5
Okay.
is 13 is 4, and 4 plus 5 is 9.
Right.
Okay? Or we could have figured it that it was a 9 right here because of the fact that here we have a 7, 8, 9. And if we've gone 6, 9, if we have a 9, we know on the opposite side of a 9, if one side's a 6, there must be a 3 on the other side. So we had 6, 9, 3, and then 3, 9. So again, it would have been a 9.
Yeah.
So any way we approach it, we always know what the number is going to be.
It's like the ultimate crossword puzzle with no spaces in it.
Right.
Everything matches.
Right.
It's
Okay.
the cross world.
6, 9, 3,
3, 6.
3, 9, 6.
Yeah.
6, 9, 3, and this would have been 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3.
Right.
And we would have had 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And now we got this pattern again. So it's 6, 9, 3, 3, 9, 6.
Right.
And we got 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8. And we can go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we can actually count all the way over to here. 2, 1, 9, 8, 7, 6. And now we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we can go diagonally. We got 8, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7. Or we could have gone, is that right? 5, 1, 6. Let's just fill them all in. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7. So we got, or we can go this way. 4, 8, 3. 4, 8, 7, 5. 7, 8, 6. And no, can't be 3 6s in a row.
It seems
8,
like
7,
there's more
6,
of
4,
one
5,
number,
6, 7, 8.
Doesn't it? It seems
Nine.
like there's more of some
Yeah.
numbers
Three.
and less of
Three,
others.
yeah.
Like there's less 4s.
No, there's no less for us.
Doesn't it look like that though when you just look at it at a glance?
I'm gonna have a door checker here frisk you for 4s.
You know what would be a nice thing to do for visual is to, you know how you do like color by numbers? You could just put a color for each of those numbers.
Yeah, that's where programming for computers and animation would be.
Because it would be a lot easier on the eyes too.
Well, but there's another reason why I did this way. You see that, Matt? Yes, Charlie?
And any 2 diagonals add up to either 7 or 2. Now, I don't know the significance of that. 9 and 7 is 16 and 1 and 7. If you start with any
All of those mean something.
2, 7, 2, 7, 2, 7, that's a new polarity.
No, it's not new. That's your z-axis. That's the invisible 9. Your multiples of 7 coming out.
Yeah, but they're all, but 5 and 4 are
Multiples
different
of 9?
But that's a different axis, and you don't get any 5, 4, 5, 4.
But you see, here's the trick, Charlie, and everybody, and it's not a trick. This is why it's so important. 9's your center. Right now, our vertical axis around it is your 8 and 1. They're the first numbers around the 9 vertically. So you can see them vertically. Because you can see the toroid skin vertically. It's not hard.
1 and 80. 1 and 80 is the vertical axis around 9, yes.
It's 8, 1, 1, 8,
Yeah.
8, 1, 1, 8, 8, 1, 1, 8. It alternates.
Yes,
So you can see the vertical axis of the toroid, okay, that it's 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So you got 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because the first number around 9, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, so 9, so 1 and 8 is your vertical axis. The reason that you can see them is because they're your vertical axis. And you can see the 5 and 4, okay, because they're your vertical axis, okay, which is 4, 8, 12, okay, 16. What is 4 times 5 is 20, 24, 6, okay? Or multiples of 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Remember, it was a double coordinate system. The blue is all negative numbers, the red is all positive numbers. That gives you your diagonal, which is how time moves, how the universe moves, of positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. But it's based on a very sophisticated system, okay, of positive and negative really being two coordinate systems. One's your 1 and 8s and 5 and One's your 147s being yellow, and your blacks is your 285s being black. Overlapped, Charlie, together. This is a double coordinate system, which is then how you get to the sides, negative, positive, through the sides, negative, positive. Okay? And that's what these colors represent. Okay? Okay, so
I still, yeah.
go ahead.
Have you ever done this and not put the 9s in just to see what the pattern would look like? Because if they're really invisible, maybe you should make them invisible in the graph just to see what it would show you.
It's more complicated than that.
Maybe it's telling you something. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean, and yes, it should be done, and everything should be done. But actually, if you're going to omit the 9s or make them invisible, actually, I'd spend a lot of time doing what you're saying, but I use it for modeling the energy in the
But the 9
coil.
is like the spirit, and you take the spirit away from matter, you don't have...
Matter,
I'm just saying
but
in
what
a
I'm
visual sense, not
Yeah.
like...
But I do it in another sense. I leave in the red 9s, I take out the blue 9s, which are negative, and I show the negative draft counter space. So all this really is valid. All these approaches, all these directions, doing all this stuff is connected. Modeling. Okay, so what did I just do here? This is the coil. Okay. Now the first strand, as it comes around and comes around back again, this tile right here, let's look at this tile. I'm going to circle the 1, 2, 4, this one right here. See it? Okay. This tile does not occur again on the same axis. It's not easy. Okay, I want to just follow this line. Where is it? It's this one over here. Looks it. So all the way over here, which should be 3 over. 3 of the binary triplets. So sure enough, 1, 2, 3. Do you see that? Okay. What that means is that I can't just keep on winding this wire like this. That means it has to go around in the star shape, in spires, before it comes around here, and other windings have to fill in between. That means there has to be a space in between this one and this one. And that's why this coil is wound in this shape. Remember I had in between 1 and 2? Look at all the numbers I got in between them. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 went around from here, 1 to 4, which is the next time around. Remember this time around, the next time around, it's all the way over to here. And to get from 1 to 4 to have these 2 in between it. How many do I have in between it? 1, 2. So in between 1 and 4 is 6 and 11, which gives me 1, 2, 3. The family number group is, the numbers isn't really what's mattering in the family number group, is that it's showing that everything is separated by thirds. It doesn't matter that a 4 is a 4, a 1 and 1 is, or a 7 is a 7. It's saying nothing more than everything has a phasing, or an energy, a positioning of thirds based on stars and spirals, spires, not spirals, spires, because this emanation has a sequence order, a phasing, a firing rate, an activation sequence. Real complicated stuff. There's nothing more harder than what I just told you. Okay? But as long as we're on it, and I never get the opportunity to talk about it, I think I'll go to my most hardest board for a
Could I
second.
just ask you one more question?
Sure.
You said that 2 and 7 is the z-axis, is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Actually,
that's the only z-axis ever, right?
no.
Oh. 2 and, okay.
It gets more complicated.
But 2 and 7 is fundamentally distinct from the 1, 8 and the 5, 4. In other words,
As an axis?
yeah.
No, let me just answer your question without it being posed, and you tell me where you're
Okay.
driving at.
Okay, I'm not
Okay.
sure. But
What is happening is remember I did that chart with 3 different controls? You still only have 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. You only have the 3 polar pairs of 8 and 1, 7 and 2, and 5 and 4. But in this system, you also have, because everything's in 3s, you also can do a what we call a activation, moment of activation. It's called a stage, activation stage. And each one of those polar pairs can rotate to another axis
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
What counts is it can only be those polar pairs. They're only separated by third, and you're changing from one axis to another. And they actually have a sequence order of how they change. And I believe that happens on, if I ever did computer modeling, I would show it, as you have more layers. Each layer would be a different family would be another polar pair. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I think I do, yeah.
Okay. In other words, it's a lot more complicated than even we've begun to discuss, but your mind's contemplating all that stuff already. We've all contemplated real complicated stuff. You were very complicated. You're very complicated. Everyone's been real complicated, okay? But you know, this is your first class. So, but all that stuff is real. It will transpire. It does happen. What is this math really could be said? It's number permutations. And what are we looking at? We're looking at the toroid, which is the ultimate shape for number transformation, for energy transformation. That's why your blood cells are a toroid. This is why everything's based on a toroid. Okay. So thus, that means then you can work on your own transmutations, permeations. Okay. That's what this math is about explaining. It's how the elements become other elements, and how time moves, and how cosmology is beginning, ends, created. What I learned from understanding this is lots of stuff. Okay, let's keep me on what I'm supposed to do. We now know this coil is wound in a certain way. Okay, but what keeps this coil together? I found that the emanations shoot out in a spiral that's even going over this whole thing that's even bigger. There's spirals over spirals. Here's the doubling circuits we were used to. Okay? But here we have, it's really a beautiful chart. First of all, we see it's going 1, 9, 1, 2 going in. Here it's going 8, 9, 1. In the reverse direction, it's going out. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. The pink ones are swirling outwards, so they're decompressing, as the yellow ones swirl inwards, compress. These are nested vortices over the surface of the toroid, like dimples on a golf ball. By their existence, they get rid of crash. It cannot even tilt. There is no tilt in this toroid. It cannot tilt, because they're in quadrature. When this 2 and this 2 and this 2 and this family number group's activated, and the other 8 and 5 of the same family number group, the other 7 1 4s are activated, and they're all breathing in and out in such a way, like dimples on a golf ball, or like, I wish I had a better picture, but they're all focused on the center, these nested vortices. In fact, I do have a good picture of it. Nested vortices focused on the center look just like this. Okay? There are vortices focused in the center. Some spiral in and some spiral out. The ones that go in are called a negative vortex or a black hole. The ones that spiral out are called a white hole or positive vortex. Okay? And I figured out how the timing is, how to harness these vortices, these nested vortices. They're very important in superconductivity, and that's why I spoke for Airspace America. That's why I have the most advanced flying machine in the world. Okay, that's why I can get rid of petroleum. Because I know the secret. I don't even need an airplane with wings. Okay? Staggered column nested vortices have the strongest gripping intrinsic strength. And this is just the opposite of DNA. So when I go to DNA, you'll see just the reverse of this. It's real interesting how this and DNA are connected. Because DNA uses the nested vortices in mitosis to do the sister strand unraveling. See, why don't I show you DNA? See if I can find it. Oh, it's somewhere. Well, let's see. It must have been in the back of one of these boards. Oh well, I'm going to give up looking for it for the minute. You know where it is? Okay, would anybody care to guess and tell me where the DNA chart is?
On the back of the one that's up there?
Yes.
Makes
Thank you
sense.
very much. There we have
That's what it should be.
it. Right. Here's your double spiral helix. Here's our symbol. Remember our doubling circuits are double. Remember the space for the 396? In microbiology, that's called your major group. Would you believe that DNA has that 396, that flux field? That DNA is bounded by an invisible field, and that is the source of our genetic coding that determines our evolution, that it isn't random trial and error or haphazard chance. Yeah. We're not going to suddenly de-evolve.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
But your pinkies may get smaller. Okay. So, symbol of enlightenment. That's what I call that symbol. And sure enough, you can actually see it if you look. It's not going to suddenly de-evolve.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
But your pinkies may get smaller. Okay. So, symbol of enlightenment. That's what I call that symbol. And sure enough, you can actually see it if you look inside DNA. You can actually see the shape of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh my god,
Isn't that trippy?
that is so trippy.
I think I've heard they already have cracked the genetic code, right?
Say it again? Loud.
They have cracked the genetic code, right? I mean,
No one's cracked the genetic code. They are showing the connections of the amino acids, the phosphates, their sequence order. They know nothing of the code. If they knew of the code, then they would be able, or they cannot manipulate the code. All they're doing right now is like when we mapped the moon 20 years ago. All they're doing is locating where the craters are, where the mountains are, things like that. They don't know how to crack the code.
But aren't they trying to make cyber people with like all the artificial like forms? Like there's that thing that the president vetoed against artificial was it gene splicing? I forget what it is.
Well, working on humans,
Yeah.
embryos, but that's typically accepted to be inhumane,
Yeah.
unethical, and immoral.
Yeah, but
Um,
they're working.
but then, if you're not a member's nation, just go to your own Mad Doctor's Island, right?
Yeah.
And but actually, they've already done it. They did it with the tomato. Haven't you ever
Yeah.
heard the tomato?
Yeah.
That's a fish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's frightening what they're doing. I think.
Tomatoes and fish? Never heard
Yeah,
that
they use
one.
the DNA of the fish and put it into the DNA of the tomato, so it makes the tomato last longer, apparently. On the
Oh, well,
shelves.
yeah, I heard about
Does it
that.
swim?
Is it that they use the DNA of the fish to make that happen?
They do it with
So many
soybeans. They do it they have the control of all soybean crops, and they're doing the same thing with soybeans. I don't know what they're doing from.
My brother has one of those tomatoes. He's kept it. It's still there. It hasn't
Tomatoes.
disintegrated. It's
Really?
actually gotten like when you pick it up, it feels heavier. He says than when it really was a tomato, and now it's like it still looks like a tomato, but it hasn't gone rotten.
I
He's
think.
had it for over 2 months or something.
Really? We should keep it in an aquarium where it belongs.
Not
He's
eaten.
a vegetarian.
It must like
Yeah. You're total vegetarian?
No, but if you were to tell the vegetarian that there was really a fish inside his tomato, then
Well, it already happened though. The state of New York, all the gourmet chefs and everything, they signed a agreement amongst themselves that they would never, in any of their expensive gourmet restaurants, ever serve a genetically engineered with a tomato. But all our fruit is already
It's
engineered.
already, I mean, it's out of control.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at anything that's not organic, is engineered with petroleum. You have petroleum in it, so it's like,
Well, actually, I'm fighting a case. I'm about to sue a supermarket here, Star Market. I actually was responsible for the law becoming recognized because I don't eat commercial produce as much as I can avoid it. I like organic, and I don't like those coatings on cucumbers. They make me sick and stuff. It turns out that a lot of that stuff is, dangerous because the waxes are a fundamental part of the wax. The wax is just the carrier. The fundamental ingredient of the wax is the fungicides, which are chemicals that are used to actually kill mold and things like that. And a lot of these chemicals are called economic poisons. It's been determined that they'll kill 5 people per every million that eat them, which is considered an allowable, acceptable amount of deaths because of the financial benefit of it. And they say it's an legal economic poison because it would cause economic hardship in the industry, and therefore those 5 people are simply put expendable.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but the problem is we should have the option, the right, especially for what we call value and safety information comparisons, to make a decision on what we consume.
so when you go in the supermarket, you can have a sign, you may be one of the 5 people as a victim of this.
Right. Right. And I've read the autopsy surgeons' reports on people who did die. It's pretty horrific how they die. Usually it's anaphylactic shock. They
And
suffocate.
how often does this, does it happen?
Happens
as
day
soon
in and
as
day
they
out.
eat it,
Oh
or-
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Some of
Just
them.
cucumber wax?
And the rest of the people just
Hmm?
get sick from it. They don't die.
Yeah, but
They
they
just
don't
get shot with
know.
parasites.
He's asking, is it just from cucumber wax, or is it from other stuff?
I don't want to scare you. You should be eating fruits and vegetables, and you should be consuming all these things. Fruits and I'm a fruitarian. I don't eat beef, chicken, fish, no milk, no eggs, no dairy, nothing but just living things, sprouted things, stuff
Yeah,
like
me
that.
too.
By itself. Well, it's just what you should do is go into the cooler room and read the boxes, and everything in the freezer section at the produce room, it'll say all those ingredients. And I was responsible for getting all those laws enforced properly, and now I'm responsible for the law that requires that there be a huge prominently displayed counter card next to the fruit bins saying the wax, its function, and its origin. And unfortunately, a lot of these waxes are made from animal products or insect products. Shellac is a result of a lucifer shellac, something type bug. Fatty acid esters, which is a wax on apples and tomatoes and cantaloupes, comes from beef tallow. That's an animal product. Religious people, it's non-kosher. Islamic people, Jewish people, they don't want to eat this stuff. And this is commercial produce. This is sold in supermarkets. Unfortunately, the supermarkets don't care because nobody ever
Yeah.
has taken them to court on this stuff, and that's why I'm going to do it.
It's very hard to prove too, right?
Through legal proof. There's a law that requires on the boxes that the supermarkets receive that it mentions these chemicals because these chemicals are incompatible with one another. You mix 2 of the wrong chemicals together and you die. That happened with the alar on what was it? Remember we had poison watermelons a couple of years ago? You just can't mix all these different things together. It becomes a poison cocktail. So they said, well, we know it's a time bomb, right? We're ready to explode, and there's people with immunology problems that don't even have a resistance to this stuff. They were premature births. So but I can't do all the things I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be doing so much, and that's the problem. Because I'm limited as far as, I have to do everything myself because I don't have the resources. Okay, so, what we were talking about was, anybody like to make a point right now before I proceed?
Are you going to take that down?
That's like a
No.
sign, right? I mean, I was just going to say that looks also like a wave of sound,
Yeah.
you know?
What you have is that you have the DNA backbone helixes being displaced, just like you said. There's something pushing them apart, spreading them apart. There is an invisible flux field, okay, that's responsible for the helical shape. Yeah, the conical helical shape is a result of a higher field. Now the vortices on DNA, when I added the numbers to it though, they all lined up. And DNA, are you familiar with how you have sister strand, where they duplicate the information and they're a perfect mirror? That's what our DNA is supposed to be doing. And I found that these nested vortices do that. Now the nested vortices are right here, which is, let's look at two nested vortices. Remember the nested vortices, this one and this one? It's 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 going in, and this one, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is going out. See how this one's a negative one? This is 1, 2, 4 on the bottom, this is a 1, 2, 4 on the top. There are two different types of nested vortices, and this shows it right here. Boy, these charts really do belong together, because that was the goal. See how these are staggered? This toroid is rigid, it holds together. And what does DNA double spiral helix do? It comes apart, based on these two different kinds of nested vortices. How do these nested vortices work and function? Oops. Okay, by how they line up based upon the shears, the world boundary conditions, which we've been studying, like in the yin and yang and the symbol. Where is the boundary condition on the toroid? It's always equaling 1. Remember how we did that? 1 and 1 is 1. 2 and 5 is 10 is 1. 4 and 7 is 1. 8 and 8 is 1. See, it's always the same in between. 1 and 1 is 1. 2 and 5 is 10. It always equals 1, which is what you said was the yin and yang. Okay? And it really is making 1. What it does is it allows you to have wires that go side by side and naturally insulate, because their harmonics, their resonance is so perfect that they don't short circuit out. Okay? Everyone follow that? Okay, Charlie doesn't.
Does it have to be at a specific angle?
Everything has to be at a specific angle. The whole secret of this whole thing is angle and ratio. Okay? That's what numbers are. They have geometric functions that are spatial and temporal, which is in your worksheet. Let's see. Can I have that worksheet right there?
7, 7, 3, 7.
Okay. Can I have that worksheet right there?
7, 7, 3, 7.
Okay. This one, yes.
2.
So here's some notes, and what does it explain?
Where's the 1, 1, 1?
Yeah.
The 8?
I don't get the 1, 1, 1 either.
Here it says it very clearly. Numbers are relatives. Each number exists only in relationship to all other numbers. The relationship is spatial and temporal, which is angle and ratio. There's many other things that this explains. Thank you.
Angle for you is time, isn't it?
He was
Is that what
first.
you're saying?
You did it first. Yell it loud.
What you mean by temporal? I don't know. Related to time?
Yes. The timing, only 1/6 of this coil is ever activated at one instance. These charts actually reflect what time is and explain it in that regard. Let's see which chart that would be. Right now, in this chart over here, okay, only our 396s are activated. Okay? See how just our 396s are activated? Okay, well, I'm actually showing the 9s, but 9s are always activated when the 396. I'm showing how everything spins around. Let me find the family number group 147, which is a little bit easier. Oh, here we go. I accidentally put it on upside down. Here we're showing 147 on the outside of the toroid. See how just one winding, and it would be this 147 and that 147. Do you follow what I'm saying? Remember that family group is on? Yeah. Okay. And it's always separated by thirds in every direction. See? 1, then 1, 2, 3. Okay? Diagonally, it would be 147. They would all be on at the same time. So diagonally, we're thinking that everything's on this wire. 147. They're all on. When this one's activated. Okay? Now, let's see what it looks like from the top of the toroid. You can see all the windings, 147, are on. It's a little upside down, but... And there's that wire. It's just one wire is on right now. And what it's doing is it's showing motion, how things move, because when it goes off, and the next family number group moves, things move through the space. It's like the rest cycle. They don't have to be energized all the time. You know, we turn on our rockets, They blast it. We only turn on our jet packs for like 3 seconds, and we keep then shooting through space. So these tiles are energized, and then they're turned off, and then you jet through to the next tile, and you come out to the next space where it'll be energized again. Okay? So sure enough, so here you see in this wire, it's all positive 714s. Now where are all the other 714s? They're all negative. They're all on the other wire. Now when we go to the next stage, which I didn't do a board because there's just too many boards to do, it would have been 285 would have been positive, which is the next wire. Here's a positive 2, positive 8, positive 5. And what about the 285s? They're all negative over here. So this wire becomes positive. Do you follow what I'm saying? Say yes or no. Is there one no in here who doesn't follow? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm going to explain to you another way. I'm going to explain to you on the big board. Let's try and work on the big map. Okay. We're only interested about what is on where. Right now, 1, 4, and 7 are on. Okay? In this wire, which is also the same as all these other wires where there's a 1, 4, 7, which is all the same wire wound in a star. We all understand that? Okay. Now the next family, now that doesn't stay on forever because these little BBs shooting out. I'm really showing you them puncturing the skin and disappearing into the outer space. They're only on when the surface of the toroid is hit by the z-axis, as you mentioned in the very beginning, with dimension.
It's going in, it's kind of weaving in and out.
What, this toroid?
Yeah, well, in terms of the numbers, it's skipping over the other group, right?
Well, let's go to 258. The next family number group that's activated is not 147, but it's going to be 258. And they're all over here in the opposite wire. So this wire is totally off. And when this wire was on, it was all negative 147s in that wire, so the other wire was off. So right now we got this total wires are all on, while this total wire is now all off. So only one wire is ever on when the other ones are off. The right one or the left one. Does everyone follow that now?
So they're not both going at the same time?
They're not both going at the same time.
Are they alternating?
They're not even alternating because it's based on thirds. Because then when this one's off, okay, this one's on, the space where there's nothing. Okay?
There's no resistance.
And that's why there's no resistance. Okay, and then it comes back to, so this is all on along here, the 396s are all on.
So then it goes 3 space further
And then it comes back to the 147s again. So this one, these are all on, and then these are all on, and then the spaces are all on. And I wish I had sequence and charts to show it neater to you, but I think you follow. There probably are some charts.
So I just had a little flash here. The 0-1 computer system that is, most of it's based on is kind of like in the mode duality. It's this or that, off or on. When you base it on 3 and 9, it
3, 9, and 6.
Yeah, 3, 9, and 6. It creates a current that doesn't stop because it's more harmonic.
3, 9, and 6 obsolete. 0 and 1 doesn't even exist. They think it exists, and they think they're making it work. It's like saying, we think we're more, well, what would be a good analogy? I don't want to give an analogy, that's wrong. Let's just say their concept of 0 and 1 is just their way of saying, this is what we're doing and this is how it works. It has nothing to do with math. It has nothing to do with electricity. It has nothing to do with good computations.
They need to think in terms of trinity rather than duality.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of like dark light, seeing those extremes, it's looking at it as trinity.
When they build the new computers with this system, would the computers be able to be creative and imaginary as we are?
Artificial intelligence.
Wow, that's a good idea.
Well, okay, let's take his question. Okay. Say his question real loud one more time while I look for the chart.
Let's see, when the new computers start using this tertiary system of 3, 6, and 9, would they be able to be imaginative and creative as we are?
Here we go, we found it.
What a question.
Wow, what a thing.
Great question. Science fiction.
They already came.
Artificial intelligence. Ad infinitum magnification. The toroid is recursive. Okay. Quantum mechanical effects can be duplicated on a macroscopic level utilizing this toroidal model process. Okay. Underlying coherence, artificial intelligence, using the triaciary system that you said. So let's see how it works. Okay. A fractal, would a fractal, Judy, you mentioned a fractal. Would a fractal be artificial intelligence? Because it's self-similar. It duplicates itself from micro to macro.
And it has an element of novelty. So I'd say it is.
Okay. Would you accept that as an answer?
I didn't get that. Can you come back?
The thing with artificial intelligence is that it has an input, you put your input into it, but it also can create things from that. So it can problem solve. But it has a point that can't be figured in, which is called novelty, I think, or something like that. It's like there are other things that it can think of besides what's been put into it.
Let's say artificial intelligence, let's start defining artificial intelligence. Let's say that, first of all, artificial intelligence is the fact that we have a fountain here, and it's making a little water vortex. Okay? But we have a tornado, and it's the same intelligence, but on a bigger scale, a vortex. And let's say we have a solar system, which is our galaxy and our planets and the suns, and they're spiraling in a spiral of a vortex. System, which is our galaxy and our planets and the suns, and they're spiraling in a spiral of a vortex. Would that be artificial intelligence? One definition? That it can be the same principle from small to big, big to small. Okay? And we do know that those three knowledges were the same. So let's look and see if this does the same principle. Though it won't be too easy, but here are 7 times 7, 49 tiles. It's the same tiles. 1, 2, I think I better show it here.
Can you erase what you have
Yeah,
on there?
just-
I hate to say it, I can't. It takes a special spray and it takes a lot of elbow effort. That's the problem. I'll try and work right over here. How's
That's
this?
good.
Why don't I change colors?
Well,
I don't know how well it'll come off. Should I go to black? Let's see what happens
It
with
doesn't
it.
come off.
But it's not.
No, I mean it comes off. I mean,
It can go off on this one.
It's just true and false. It either is or it isn't.
I don't know. No,
Here we go.
fuzzy logic.
But that's
That's not on our own.
Got to start way up here.
That's the novelty. That's the unknown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Remember the pattern that really made this? We did the multiplication series and everything, but the most important thing, I think, is these doubling circuits and the 396, 39, and okay, everyone follow me? So we have two things, the doubling circuits and the 396, 693. Really three things, but well, it'll come off. Should I go to black? Let's see what happens
It
with
doesn't
it.
come off.
But it's not.
No, I mean it comes off. I mean,
It can go off on this one.
It's just true and false. It either is or it isn't.
I don't know. No,
Here we go.
fuzzy logic.
But that's
That's not on our own.
got to start way up there.
That's the novelty. That's the unknown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Remember the pattern that really made this? We did the multiplication series and everything, but the most important thing, I think, is these doubling circuits and the 396, 39, and okay, everyone follow me? So we have two things, the doubling circuits and the 396, 693. Really three things, but I'm just lumping the doubling circuits together. Okay. So and remember it's going 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and it's making this pattern over and over again. Okay, I think this will be kind of fun. Okay. So I'm going to draw. It's kind of hard for me to do. How many have I done there?
Can't tell.
Okay.
Black.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Black's pretty hard to see.
Black's
Do you
worse.
have green?
No, I should. I wish I did have green.
Let's do it with blue then.
I think I better buy a green. Okay, let's do red. Okay. I mean
What was your
blue.
original
1,
word?
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is someone laughing? What was that?
You said you need some fruit.
Right. Thanks.
Bananas.
I accept. What
Yeah,
kind?
there's a banana.
Yeah, do the banana trick.
Okay, banana trick time. Okay, watch
There's
this.
some potato.
We were all going to go to dinner tonight after I was going to invite everybody to what restaurant, Bob?
Raw experience.
The Raw Experience.
Getting hungry now.
Okay, is this banana? Does it look round? It's too late.
Looks very good. Whenever.
You're going to want it after my little pedlies go over
Right
my
down the
finger?
street, I could get about 20 of those.
Where? You can eat that many?
No, but for everyone, you know.
How can you do that? Now look, you see I'm squishing it? Is everyone watching this? I'm making it malleable. Is that malleolating it? And watch how it breaks.
Oh, I do this all the time.
You play with your food all the time?
No, but I do this, I don't know why.
The banana split.
Yeah, funny thing is
No.
all the stuff
Sometimes
that you
it's easy to
show
do
me, it's so innate. It's so like, what do you call it? Intrinsic or something. It's just, you know it. When you say and you explain this stuff, it's like you go, oh, of course, that's when I was like 3 years old staring at the floor and I saw all these patterns within the tile on the floor and you go, you know what I mean?
It's
Well,
3 parts.
you
I know exactly what you mean. You remember when you were 3-year-old staring at the floor?
Staring at the thing and going, oh, there's something really there, but I don't know what it is.
It's a pretty good
In
memory.
the public bathroom in Coventry, there's this meeting the floor, it's like you're just like diving down.
Right.
By threes.
So we agree, we're back to thirds again? Okay, so much for the banana experiment.
Eat the banana.
I think
It would actually make me tired. I don't eat till I'm done presenting. Oh well,
So what was your original question here? How does this relate to
I'm not going to eat it.
artificial intelligence?
Yeah, well I just,
But you just outlined a circuit there, so you might as well, I mean, you outlined a 5 by 5 grid.
right, which is the artificial intelligence.
Wow.
We're coming to that. Okay. Let's see.
I don't really think that a computer could do that, though, you know, because the element that it would be missing is what you said at the very beginning, was love. And a computer that's trying to think for itself, that doesn't have the element of love, is going to end up being something negative.
Except I learned a long time ago that the second you say no or it's not possible, you're usually wrong.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Something that is strictly three-dimensional, which, you know, does not have the capacity of the higher dimension, omni fourth. There's only above the third dimension is the omni fourth dimension. There's no 6, 7, 8, 9 dimensions. The omni dimension is the 9, and the fourth is the 3 and 6 are the fourth dimension, which represent magnetism. 3 and 6 is magnetism. The 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 represent electricity. In between the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, you always have the 3 and 6, which is the magnetism. And in between the 3 and 6, you always have the 9, which is the theta particle, the ethron flux, the spirit. As far as making things and doing things, though, in artificial intelligence and stuff like that, I really cannot comprehend anything that cannot be done using this. Okay. So let's take a look at what we're doing with 5 boxes. This was the number 5 was right in the middle. We had 5 like that, correct? 5 was in the inside.
Right.
Okay. So we come down 5 now. We're going in odd amounts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we come down 5. Okay. And where's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So this was it right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the number in the center?
7.
Well, that's exactly what belongs. Because and what's going to be if there's a 5 there and a 7 there? There's going to be, no, there's got to be an 8. Because 8 doubled is 7, 7 doubled is 14, which is 5. So sure enough, we count down 5. Okay, is that 5? 2, hope so. Okay. And what's the number in the center? Okay. And what's the number between 4 and 8? A 4? Well, did I do it right? 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 8, 7, 5. So there's got to be a 4.
All right, that red 4 down there.
Red 4.
Right, so there's a 4 down there.
Okay, is that 5? 2, hope so. Okay. And what's the number in the center? Okay. And what's the number between 4 and 8? A 4? Well, did I do it right? 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. 8, 7, 5. So there's got to be a 4.
All right, that red 4 down there.
Red 4.
Right, so there's a 4 down there.
Okay, but it should be 5 away. Why don't
It
I...
is.
Well, because it's the one.
Oh, it is.
one
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's pretty heavy duty.
I like it when he's surprised.
Yeah, it's like
invention and
So the center numbers are moving
Uh-huh.
by that. That's right. The centers are moving.
It's still alive.
yes.
And if you did
What are you saying, Charlie? Say it real loud.
the center numbers are moving according to our circuit, aren't they?
Well, if you do the one right over next, the not only the center numbers, the circuit, which are the doubling circuits. What about the 396, 693? It'll actually have the pattern, which is this it here?
5, 7.
So we'll do right here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the center one.
That's
So,
not-
I took it off by 2. I staggered them.
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boy, it's kind of confusing. So right now we've got another doubling circuit going in the reverse direction. And if we go over here, we'll have the 396, 693, which will be... Okay, it's kind of hard to do. Oh, here it is.
Right?
Okay, so here we have a 6, right?
Jack for you.
And it goes like this. Oh yeah, that's called phyllotaxis in plants. It's the same pattern. And here's a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's making the whole thing with the spaces
Right,
and
so
everything.
That's the self-similarity appearing, isn't it?
Exactly.
And you could do that with 6. You could do that with grids of 6, couldn't you?
No.
You couldn't. So you chose groups of 5 on the
Because
side, right?
we've already covered groups of 3,
Right.
and we haven't covered groups of 2, but every one that we choose has another wisdom. 1 will always equal the number in the center.
1. What do you mean?
One box always equals the number in the center. It's, in other words,
right.
I'm going to go 1, then I'm going to go 2, then I'm going to go 3. 2, which is a square. Again, we're just doing squares.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, which is
2 by 2.
okay equals 9. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 3 is 10 is 1. 8 and 1 is 9. I can take any 4, 3 and 8 and 4 and 3. Which is a square. Again, we're just doing squares.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, which is
2 by 2.
okay equals 9. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 3 is 10 is 1. 8 and 1 is 9. I can take any 4, 3 and 8 and 4 and 3 equals what's it equal? 18
9.
equals 9.
Right.
So even numbers will always equal a 9.
What do you mean?
Even squares.
Even, so 2 by 2s, 4 by 4s,
Right.
6 by
6 by 6.
But 1 by 1 is an odd, and what is a 3 by 3?
3 by 3 was making this whole pattern of the 9 at the center, and
But it did come to 9. But
of course I hadn't taken the 3 by 3 and put it off to the side and seen which one what it would have done. Going.
What is a 4 by 4 do?
4 by 4 would have been a 9. Let's do a 4 by 4.
Yeah.
Okay. These 4 groups would have equaled 9.
Okay, what's a 5 by 5 do?
We just did it. Equals the doubling circuits and the equal potential major
Well,
group.
5 by 5s is a doubling circuit.
Right.
And the-
7 by 7s. Here's 7 by 7s, doubling circuits. Here's 7 by 7s. Here's 5 by 5, and they make the same pattern.
How about these 9 by 9s? What happens there?
9 by 9s.
Yeah, gives you the...
It's real deep, serious stuff that you have to be a genius to understand.
What
It,
hap-
huh?
yeah, can you
I'm not the genius.
Oh, you don't know.
It goes 3, 9, 6. I know I should say I'm a genius, but I just have to be a genius to understand.
What
It,
hap-
huh?
Yeah, can you
I'm not the genius.
Oh, you don't know.
It goes 3, 9, 6. I know I should say I'm a genius, but
Yeah.
it's that profound. It turns from doubling circuits and all this stuff, it turns into 3, 6, 3, 6, and then it goes 9, 9, 9, and it all means something, and it's all modeling a higher dimension, and it's just too deep.
Have you done 11 by 11?
Probably not. I think I was happy doing all the analogies and all the different variations,
Right.
and I was going to leave it for people like yourself to do.
Huh. Well, I'm sure I'll try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a
Well,
lot
I
of
need-
paper, believe
well,
me.
I wish I could get a chart like that, because then you could play all day with it.
A big one?
Yeah, that was really erasable.
Yeah. A whiteboard? Well, if
Yeah,
you pay the
but-
shipping, I'll get you one this big, a whiteboard.
I could probably.
But you got one at school.
Well, you know, one of the things I ought to do with my class is have them make this.
Right.
See because if they can make this, they understand it,
Take a picture of it.
right?
If they can understand it and explain it, and they can win the Nobel Prize because they'll explain it to the
But
world,
if we
which I
wanna
haven't
work with
done.
it in class, they should be able to. I should be able to explain it to them, and they can make it up and put tape on a whiteboard. And so
And
we should-
figure out all the axioms.
Yeah, we could play with it a long time.
That's right.
Do you want to explain to the world?
Yeah, but no, I don't want to explain to the
Well,
world.
you will.
I want you to explain to the world.
No, you can. You do it much better than I do. Let's make
Well, that's
things
kind of
okay.
you. But the problem is, see, what do you mean I explain it much better than you?
Well, because you don't
You think I'm going to be able to explain
done this.
in TV sets going vertical and horizontal with the Z thing going back and
You
forth?
did it right here.
Every one of us have people that circumambulate around us. Okay, we each have our own world of friends and stuff like that. And there's only certain people that will understand, identify, and relate to you.
Yeah, you need experts in their field to get into this, who then could adapt it to their field and see the patterns appearing in their field, who really have done a lot of experimentation with, like a biochemist, getting into this and starting to see patterns in
I see, okay.
That's what he said.
I'm saying that, and I'm also saying that that I can't do anything more, because like the experts that he's talking about, I don't have the books, you know, the money to buy these books, to study these topics. I don't have the teachers. No, I'm not even
You've got to
going.
make connections with them.
You'd rather, oh, so you just like to plant the seed so it can grow
Yeah.
out.
The dandelion.
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
The only work that I'm willing to do further on this, per se, is either the periodic table of elements, computers, or biology, modeling genetics. Because my ability is to do stuff that's pretty much impossible for people. Okay, figuring out things that are impossible. And I think the genetics, these are all codes and traces enough of it that people can start figuring it out on their own. But I know those are tough ones. And so I really don't mind approaching those and using my abilities and powers. What I really don't want to do, though, is well, I don't know what I don't have the strength. I just don't have. I'm that spread out too thin. You know. I don't travel to the mainland. I don't. They offer me to pay my airfare. They pay my hotel. I can't handle it. It's just too exhausted. So my goal is that you guys do it. Okay. You
We've got about 15 minutes to take.
Okay. The law of numbers, passing on the energy, is the same as the concept, same as all the laws of physics. It's all connected. It's seeing the harmonics and the vibration.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Oh, you've never seen one of those? That was one of my favorite toys.
Wow. How did it come?
What is, I don't know what it's called.
Newton's
It's
cradle.
an office.
Newton's cradle.
It isn't an office toy.
Okay.
It's a Newton's cradle.
I guess we'll go to the brain. When I told you I'd come back to it, we're down to our last 10 minutes. There's the alphabet, there's the numbers. It's a system used by billions of people. I'm not going to go into that deep. I think we'll go into something that I can teach you that no one else will say. This is neuron migration. I call this life-giving biophysical harmonics. I think I'll go into... There's a lot of facts, a lot of bases that I could explain that by. But I'll just tell you how I know it. Okay. The brain, okay, you don't teach children. Mary Works, Marlene's good friend, works at, what's the name of the school? Horizons? New Horizons. Okay. Which is a school for disabled children, handicapped learning, things like that. They teach them each letter at a time, M, B, T, how to say them, how to do them. What I discovered is there are focal centers, and if you learn the 9, if you learn the letters of the name of God, the sounds, meditation, however you want to refer to this, mantras, whatever, you actually can learn all those other letters. I could take those children, teach them a specific sound, I say the name of God. This is real weird. But when I say the name of God, instead of saying, the superlative case in the Baha'i religion is of the name of God is Abha. It's said to be the highest. It's supposed to be the heavenly world within this physical world. The physical world is referred to as Baha. And that's why our prophet was named Baha. And it's called the Most Great Name. There's 360 derivatives of the Most Great Name. So what I did was, the superlative case is Abha, means glorious, light, splendor, when they translate it. So to say that name, I don't go Abha, Abha, because I saw the B and H are in conjunction, the 2 and 5. It's Abha is 1, 2, 5, 1. And I concentrate on the 1. And the 1 isn't said as a vowel, it's pure breath. It's, and any vowel they teach in Arabic, which is the aleph, which begins Abha, is a consonant. So I took the number 1, which is a consonant, which is called the glottal stop. It's set in your throat. It's like in Hawaiian, we see it in all our Hawaiian names, like ho, ho, and you have a consonant beginning the vowel. So I realized that and there's only one aleph in Abha. There's 2 vowels, but there's only one, which is at the beginning, and the other vowel is connected to that. So to say Abha correctly, I say, can't even tell what I'm doing. I'm holding the glottal stop eternally, and it's just, and I'm vibrating this. And this is how I had all the energy to do all this work and why I did it. It's just that simple. There's so much more I could have shown you. I threw away 500 pounds of pages and notes on this stuff.
So you do that to gain energy before
To
you
keep
start?
up my energy.
You do a vibrational chant.
That's right.
Great.
Say it louder.
That's great.
Thanks.
Yeah. When we do yoga, when I start resonating there, you can feel it going. When we do it together too, we do the Om and that starts going and it's resonating.
And B and H, same thing. Compression, decompression, together. See if you can make the sound. A, B, H, A, concentrating on the eternal Hamza in the front. Wow, you guys are good.
You have to stay low. You
Wow.
can't
Say that again.
You gotta stay low, right, so you catch it.
Oh, that's right.
High doesn't.
Interestingly, the letter B you all make it sound it real great. You say the name of God perfectly. Now, the letter B in the scriptures is referred to the trumpet, and it's said to be a bottomless sea which none can ever fathom. Then it says it's the blackest of nights. So the letter B is, and then he refers to the H's as garment, blowing, and they're in conjunction. And so that B, that bottomless, so instead of how we normally would say Abha with our lips, we're saying it in here. Because it's a song, it's like the nightingale, it's a bird, it's much faster.
So the is guttural, but the wayward.
So the B
You're doing it all at
becomes,
once?
the B and H, I'm doing it all at once, the B and H just become the tube, the shape. Just that's the 1, 2, 4, that's the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, that's the coil that stays, but the 3, 9, 6 is the energy it's releasing, which is the 1, but the 1 in the aleph, which represents the vowels, actually taps into the 3, 9, 6. I don't fully understand how, Charlie.
Well.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And that's what we're modeling here, this equation. That's the last half of this equation, which is 5, 1.
Sounds like it's like the source, the and the B would be the receptive, the 2 in the I Ching, which would be the earth. And then the Ha would be like the soul breath, which is a connection, or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. And they,
It's like Om.
well, which is a square. Again, we're just doing squares.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, which is
2 by 2.
okay equals 9. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 3 is 10 is 1. 8 and 1 is 9. I can take any 4. 3 and 8 and 4 and 3 equals what's it equal? 18
9.
equals 9.
Right.
So even numbers will always equal a 9.
What do you mean,
Even squares.
Even, so 2 by 2s, 4 by 4s,
Right.
6 by
6 by 6s.
And 1 by 1 is an odd, and what is a 3 by 3 then?
A 3 by 3 was making this whole pattern of the 9 at the center, and
But it did come to 9 though.
of course I hadn't taken the 3 by 3 and put it off to the side and seen which one what it would have done going.
What is a 4 by 4 do?
4 by 4 would have been a 9. Let's do a 4 by 4.
Yeah.
Okay. These 4 groups would have equaled 9.
Okay, what's a 5 by 5 do?
We just did it. Equals the doubling circuits in the equal potential major group.
5 by 5s is a doubling circuit.
Right.
And the
7 by 7s. Here's 7 by 7s, doubling circuits. Here's 7 by 7s. Here's 5 by 5, and they make the same pattern.
How about these 9 by 9s? What happens there?
9 by 9s.
Yeah, gives you the...
It's real deep, serious stuff that you have to be a genius to understand.
What
It,
hap-
huh?
Yeah. Can you-
I'm not the genius.
Oh, you don't know.
It goes 3, 9, 6. I know I should say I'm a genius, but I just ha with our lips. We're saying it in here because it's a song. It's like the nightingale. It's a bird. It's much faster.
So the is guttural, but the wayward...
So the B
You're doing it all at
becomes
once?
the B and H. I'm doing it all at once. The B and H just become the tube, the shape. Just the that's the 1 2 4. That's the 1 2 4 8 7 5. That's the coil that stays. But the 3 9 6 is the energy it's releasing, which is the 1. But the 1 in the Aleph, which represents the vowels, actually taps into the 3 9 6. I don't fully understand how, Charlie.
Well, the H in Hawaiian is a symbol of the breath and the soul.
Yeah.
Aha.
Yeah.
Aha.
And that's exactly right. And that's what we're modeling here, this equation. That's the last half of this equation, which is 5 1.
Sounds like it's like the source, the and the B would be the receptive, the 2 in the I Ching, which would be the earth, and then the Ha would be like the soul breath, which is a connection, or something like that. You know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. And they,
It's like Om is like alpha,
here's the 1 2,
creation, preservation.
5 1 for Abha, and it was 2 1 5 1 Baha, which was 3 6, which equaled 9. It was always the 1 connecting back, the 2 and 5 connecting back to the 1, which was the whole equation. So the whole equation of this whole toroid coil, everything we've seen this evening, is 2 1 5 1.
And that's an anagram, too.
Oh, I didn't show you the anagram. Remember I said I was going to show you the anagram?
But that's an anagram, isn't it? You're just reversing something.
Well, look at this, the thing that's most famous for the anagram. Anagram. You familiar with it, everybody? You seen it? Okay, watch this. Look at the doubling circuits. Remember we did, well, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1 is any number 1 through 9 divided by 7 equals the anagram, that number series. We familiar with that? Yes, we are. Let's see. Any number divided by 7 is on chart with the thumbprint on it. See if I can find it. I know right where that chart is. Oh, I know which chart it is.
Are we talking mod 7?
Hmm?
We're talking mod 7
We're-
now?
Are we talking what?
Modular 7? Like
No. Take 1
Yeah.
and divide it by 7.
Oh, you get...
Here it is.
4, 2, 8.
I like a guy who does it in his head and gives you the answer. Okay, there it is, right here. 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7.
Yeah, 1, 4, 2, 8,
Okay.
5, 7, that's right.
But the problem is any number divided by that, like 2,
Yeah, because it's doubled.
is the same pattern. 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4.
4, 8, 2, 5, 7. Jeez.
Okay, now watch. You ready for this one, Charlie? Would you believe that that's our torus? Look
I would
at.
believe it now.
Okay. Okay.
That's amazing.
Oh, but wait, it gets more
That's
amazing.
the repetition of that's the repeating decimal of sevens.
It gets more amazing.
That's amazing.
Okay, hold on. I want you to absorb a lot more things are about to happen. This is going to be hard stuff. That's easy. Okay, hold on. I want you to absorb a lot more things are about to happen. This is going to be hard stuff. That's easy.
1, 4, 2, 8.
Charlie, hold on. I need you to concentrate on this stuff. Okay? We know that that series is dividing by 7, a number by 7. Now, that pattern was 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You see how I did the circle? That was our control.
4, 2, 8, 5.
9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the circle.
Yeah, you've got 1, 2,
I'm going to make a new circle, a new control.
Right.
Remember our coil always winds this way? But I said to myself, what would it mean if I took the number series that would counter the toroid? What is there any relevance to them? So I took from the 9, I took 9, 7, 4, 3, 8 right here, and 9, 2, 5, 6, 1 right here. Okay? So I put 9, 4, 7, 3, 8 that way, and 9, 2, 5, 6, 1 that way. See?
9, 2, 5. So you reoriented according to your system.
On my toroid here. And then I connected the 1 to the 2, the doubling circuits, the 2 to the 4, the 4 to the 8, 8 to the 7, the 7 to the 5, and the 5 to 1. I made the doubling circuits. And what did it give me? The inogram. Except it told me that the inogram was not connected at the base the way they standardly do it. The 3, which I said to myself was too obvious of a mistake they made.
Yeah, but
Everybody would have made a triangle. It's connected at the 9.
But they're in different locations now.
The numbers are all totally different locations. Because I took, I used the toroid for where the numbers go.
So are you saying the enneagram is incorrect?
No, well, yeah, I'm saying when they connected the enneagram at the base of the 3, 9, and 6, that's incorrect.
Besides that, though.
No, I'm saying the enneagram really was real.
But what you've done is you've inverted it, haven't you?
No, it's the same shape, the pattern. Remember, we're only looking at the geometry.
Right. Oh,
Okay.
I see.
Okay, and they took a circle of 1 through 9 and said that that circle is a result of dividing by 7. Okay, I'll give everyone an example again of dividing by 7. Take 2, divide it by 7, you get 0.285714, okay? So it's 0.28, what was it? 0.28571. It makes that shape.
Right.
Okay. So I then took, instead of doing a circle of 1 through 9, I made my circle based on the toroid skin backwards, which I call the antithesis of the toroid. And I then connected the numbers of my doubling circuits like I knew to do, right? Which is 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, which makes the enneagram. I found that this is a real popular shape. I just wanted to show you that it was connected. This is on the pharmacies throughout the world, in front of buildings. It's a hidden mystic occultist type symbol.
Yeah. But 1 and 2 are connected in yours, and 1 and 4 are connected in
No, I'm not trying to make dividing by 7 in mine.
Right, I know, but it's...
I'm trying to show that that doubling
Yours are mod 9,
circuit.
and
Shape
yours
is
are mod
exactly
7.
the same.
Yours are mod
No,
9.
they're mod 9 too. They're all mod 9 dividing
Yeah,
by
they
7.
are, aren't they?
Yeah.
But we started with mod. We started doing 7.
No, we didn't. We just divided 1 by 7.
Yeah.
Okay, all I did was take 1 and divide it by 7. And I got that pattern. I'll go further. What does that pattern mean? We have multiples now. Okay, now that pattern, no one's ever been able to say. They say it's an infinite pattern. They don't, okay, I found that it can, huh?
That's a repeating decimal, though.
It's a repeating, and I found that repeating decimals can be given a discrete number value of such as the repeating decimal of 0.142857 equals a 4. Want to see how I figured it out?
So
Okay.
what, all those times when your teacher said, oh, that's a repeating decimal, yeah, but it really means
It is
this
repeating.
number.
How did you
Yeah.
figure
It is
that
a
out?
repeating decimal.
Want to see how I figured it out?
Yeah, but it's also
Okay.
a 4.
It can't be adding them together because 2 divided by 7 is the same series. It just starts at 0.285714. So I didn't add them
So it
together.
changes.
I'll tell you how I did it.
Permeates the group.
You ready? I knew I took 7 divided by 7, which was 1. Okay? It's really this easy. All you have to do is say the third number, or the second number before 9 is a 1 here. So the second number before 9 on its reverse mirror must be an 8. So if we divide a number by 7, 1 through 9, which is our control, if we take 7 and divide it by 2, we get an 8. We also know that 8 divided by 2 is 4. So if this is a 4, then this number over here must be a 5. Okay, and then I said, well, if 0.142857 equals 5, I have a 1 right here on the other side of the decimal that I'm adding to 1.42857. So 1 plus 1.4287 equals 5. That would be 1 plus 4. It's kind of like weird algebra.
Yeah.
So I then take 1.42857 and say that's an equal to a 4 up here. And sure enough, multiples of 5, the last number will be 4. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. It's too easy. Okay. So sure enough, this is multiples of 4. And because I did dividing by 2, which is multiples of 5. 1 divided by 2 is 5, 2 divided by 5 is...
Would you say
2 divided by 2 is 1.
How did you get 5 again on, you got 7 divided by 7 equals 1. Then you said 8 divided by 7 is what now?
8 divided by 7 would have to... All I did was go divide 4... Where's the multiplication I was using? Oh yeah, dividing by 2. Because 2 and 7 are my polar numbers.
Right.
So I went over here, and I knew that I could divide by 2, because 2 and 7 are mere opposites.
Yeah.
Okay, and it would give me the reverse multiplication series in the opposite direction. Because I don't have a repeating decimal in dividing by 2s, I had 5, 10, 15, 20, which is 5, 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 8. So I knew that dividing by 7 must be the reverse mirror, which is 4, 8, 3, 7. So if I made this a 4, then I made 0.285714 and 8. So I go down to over here where it's 0.28714, and sure enough I add it with, which equals an 8 with 1, and that equals a 9, and it worked. There's all different ways you can prove it to be true. But it wasn't hard to do. Okay, so these patterns all mean something. All this stuff's connected. Anyway, I just wanted to show you how we get onto dividing. We got on it by the enneagram. We got onto it by the shape. Okay, dividing by 7. Okay, I just wanted to show that I had cracked the code to the enneagram because I like to tie in different things to the Torah. To the enneagram because I like to tie in different things to the Torah.
Yeah, I just saw a pattern like that in celestial influences. Period. Did I say that in the beginning? Theory of Celestial Influences. I was reading down the 40s today. It's an old book, and it was a theosophist. And he was taking the circle of 9 and putting planets on it, and he was doing all sorts of macrocosmic overlays on that same thing.
Okay, Charlie, we're going to start with you. Macrocosmic overlays, that's exactly what we were just doing now.
Yeah. He was doing that too.
But nobody does it with the decimal system.
He didn't have it connected the same way as you.
Nobody has it connected to numbers. That's the trick. Bringing numbers and geometry and surface topology and particle physics and spirit and biologics, everything together in computers. Now, let's start with the remaining time we have. Can we interview each person? We don't have much time, but 2 minutes. I should have given you guys a long time ago. But how much, let's see, any comments that everybody has on this that you want to, I guess, take the camera off me, and we'll start with somebody. Okay, any volunteers? Give comments on what you understand or what you've seen, or how, just so that anything you want to say, I guess, to your relatives back on Alpha Sanctuary, we're going to blast everybody.
What a long, strange trip it's been.
Surely you have something to say.
Since that's supposed to mean.
Charlie said what? Get what Charlie said.
What a long, strange trip it's been.
Yeah, what a long, strange trip it's been.
It's going to take a while for me to assimilate everything, but surely really intriguing.
Very exciting.
Very mind-blowing. Yeah. This has so much richness to it.
Really profound.
Okay, yell your comments, because they're not to me, they're to the people who are going to be in
I'll say something
the acetate world of the film.
I'll say something about the kids I teach every day have to be subjected to the technology of math, which is so boring, and I have to teach it. And I can try to make it interesting, and to some it's interesting. But the real interesting math that I've taught this year has been in dynamical systems, fractals, chaos, because it's so philosophically relevant to them, and that's what they want. And this has that same kind of richness that they don't get in mathematics in the high schools, because we have a mathematics that's driven by science and technology that is an established magic, so to speak, from the 16th to the 20th century. And this sort of stuff is usually taught to college mathematics majors, stuff like this, would be taught to college math majors, but they would have to do it in a way that even makes that boring. But its number theory is very interesting, except it isolates itself, usually in the universities. It doesn't ever have any connection to real world sorts of things. And this stuff, you can see the layers forming, and like a good metaphor in poetry. It's just all the stuff that is there, and it hangs together in a cohesive whole. It's phenomenal. And you can do it at different levels with different kids. That's why it's rich.
That's what I wanted, was to hear a response. I guess, so, are you going to continue with this? Are you going to pursue it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, this can make someone that's even just having a bad day feel great. You know?
That's kind of it.
It is, because when you think about it, it's like everything that you've explained to us gives meaning for our lives, for us as individuals, for everything that we see, everything that we do. It all comes back to the cycle, the flow, and just makes it so real, you know? It's like, I'm just happy that I was here. I mean, I was supposed to have a huge party today, and it got all rained out, and then, you know what I mean? So it's like, thank God I was here.
I told you it was a blessing.
It was.
Your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, happy
Thursday.
Where's that? Happy birthday.
So, I just think if you break it down, you can't explain it to people, you know. The concept of the flowing that you were showing us, you know, at the very basic beginning. And to me, that was the most important thing, just because it just showed how everything is connected, and it proves it. You know what I mean? Just proves it.
Yeah, there's no point in warring when you're all connected, is there?
You know, when you study this too, I feel somehow innately at home with, even though I don't even pretend to understand the math and the hard part of it, but innately I own it as soon as I see it, and I see the pattern that it just like starts to you know, fit in all the right places, and I believe that we're all born with that goal, that drive to go home to whatever this knowledge is, to truly know God, the name of God, the love of God, and to relate that to everything we do, and that it's out of that gift from God to us, we have everything. Nothing's been limited, nothing's been kept from us in any way. That the whole universe is out there as a gift in every aspect that a human could conceive.
I gave everybody as a free present these books. They're mystical. You can't tell I got the math from it, but they're a present.
Do other Baha'i people come to this?
Yes. Yeah, we're all geniuses with him.
I know lots of them.
I think that
I'm
the
gonna tell them
nice
about
thing
you.
about
And what?
I'm gonna tell them all about you. You're gonna keep a lot of my friends from going crazy trying to figure this out. And thank you for figuring this out without going crazy.
Yeah, it's not in my blood to go crazy. That's my good side. Is that I don't burn out. I can't have a nervous breakdown. I can't run out of. That's just my thing. Is that I make that sound, as me and Charlie were talking about. We're all been doing it. I just So that wasn't my fear. I didn't have any fear of that.
You know what's so strange is that you're telling us about all this and how this is going to finally work when the energy in this way gets invented the way it's supposed to happen and eliminates petroleum stuff and all that. And you're wondering how you're going to get the money for a whiteboard or whatever. And it's just like, that just blows my mind. That's like, you don't have to worry about that because it's all just going to come. Because you can't contain this now, like you've told too many people.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
I told
It does.
people when I was a little kid.
Yeah, but it takes time. It takes 25 years to become an overnight success.
Oh, yeah.
And,
It's all moving at the right speed.
Eventually, it doesn't matter. I mean, it says over and over again in the writings that it's just the will of God that these things shall come to pass, and that we don't really have a choice. That the kingdom of God is going to be created whether we want it or not, individually. And this will be used because it's in harmony with the vibration of the Lord. So, thank you.
And this
Don't
point,
worry, your work won't be wasted at all. This is the foundation for, building the whole new society. And he gave us the key, which is 9.
It's vanished. If you think about all the billions of people that live by an oil lantern, how many whales was boiled to light people's rooms, it can easily vanish again. It really takes an incredible amount of effort to keep it alive.
Don't you think this kind of stuff has been done before, or as you talk about the concept of circle, don't you think that
Simba did it in The Lion King.
that somebody in the past must have done something similar to this nature, and it got
Not even similar, they did it.
Yeah, it got vanished, and then
I'm just picking up the clues at the scene of the crime. That's all I'm doing.
But at least the great thing about your work is at least you're seeing the until now the mysticism was like totally detached from ordinary masses
Yeah.
But now you are combining those two things together
Right.
and making it known to people which is really grounding.
Like I whispered to you earlier and I said,
She's making us feel like we're smart.
remember?
Oh, thanks.
It'll come
It's-
back.
well, just in this day and age, there's a growing movement that people can see to interweave science and spirituality, and it's due to the fact that, due to the duality, there's in this gap ecological, sociological crises that have escalated because of the misguided calendar, the misguided mathematical, numerological, astrological systems. And so what this is focalizing is, especially because the Baha'i faith is a faith that is not a particular faith, it's a whole faith. It's something that incorporates the teachings of all the religions. So what this that you're sharing today is doing is very clearly and concisely bridging that gap. And in that fulcrum point, which is where the 9 is the energy that you're asking us to, here's this gift, go and take this and apply this in whatever way you can, whatever way God calls you to share this with, because it's basically the science of the holy name, and it comes through in all of creation, and you're giving us the formula for what we already know, what already exists, so that we can take the seed and sow it.
The real objective is so that when we get to the next kingdom, in the height of the outcome of the spiritual world, the heavenly world, that you will be able to function. You understand how powerful and important the holy name of God is. You've said that yourself. And you've invoked it many times. And the thing is, in this world, we use our feet to get around. Okay? But in the next world, we're going to be crippled unless we know how to breathe and intonate that holy name of God. Okay? Because in the next world, that will totally give us the wings to our soul and give us free flight. Okay? Even in this world as well, too. All our psychic states, paranormal states, we should never ever sell ourselves short for one altered state. We should always know that we should be totally integrated. If we should have psychicness or telepathy or levitation or anything we should ever have, they must all be integrated in balance and in harmony. And the name of God balances all those abilities. All of us have unique traits and skills. Some are psychic, some are great in math, some are great in writing, some are great in art. But when we take all of these aspects of our brain, okay, by the name of God, it makes all these parts of our brains working together where one part doesn't atrophy and another over-accentuate. And that's what the holy name of God does. It makes all the parts of your brain work together, function well as one. Instead of teaching those children to teach each separate letter, that's not the way they should do it. So they should teach them to know the name of God. And that's how you then tap into what the real meaning of a human being is. A human being that is a hologram, is a paradigm of God. We actually reveal God's bounty, His grace, through how we release that spirit in us. We are actually the revelation of God. We are to creation, to the rest of the world. If it wasn't for us, all the most beautiful and comely names, all the attributes and qualities of God would not be revealed. And God's own image would be not distributed throughout the universe. Not reflected throughout the universe. Thanks.
About this coil, if it doesn't have any resistance, why it only produces twice as much energy as
It's much more. The reason is they're making out a filament strand and it's insulated. They're not doing it correctly. The next coils are supposed to be made out of glass, but it's very difficult for us to make them, and we're struggling, and it's expensive. And I've met with people to make them already, but they already tell me that it costs money to experiment. So this is a very slow process I'm going through. We're looking at months again, or years, before I get this off the ground, depending.
Do you need some more investors?
I know a couple millionaires you gotta meet.
Yeah,
Computers too.
I don't need the money, but the people who make this, I'm going through, we're looking at months again, or years, before I get this off the ground, depending.
Do you need some more investors?
I know a couple millionaires you gotta meet.
Yeah,
Computers too.
I don't need the money, but the people who make this, there are real bills that they won't work for free. If we can't find people who will donate their engineering skills, if we don't know engineers and talented people, then we have to hire people. But my first goal was for everybody just to contribute what their skill is. I've done it so far based on the no strings attached, free gift, participation type situation. If there's any investors that want to, I don't beg, I don't solicit for money at these talks, and I always continue to teach for free. But as long as they're not into it from the fact of return, let me put it this way. To keep them from being greedy about it, I won't promise them any money in return for whatever they invest. I won't make any, I won't try and lure them or entice them. If they want to make it without me, they can get my book. It cost me $40 to print this book. And they can make it on their own, and they can even omit me, okay, if that's their desire. But if they want to see it made with my resources and my skill, then this is what the book looks like. It's a big thing. Then yeah, I would definitely know where the money is most appropriately used, because all the people that I work with are very talented, very skilled. I'd also would compensate certain writers, certain artists. I would actually compensate Charlie and Judy, because they're teachers. And I would actually offer them a publishing agreement, because I have a publisher, but he just wants the draft, the final product. I have a CD-ROM company, and I would actually ask them to produce teaching materials for schools. So you guys are the guys I'd use the money for. I'd pay you guys to do the work. So, you know, me, I can live on without money. I'm okay, you know, because I bought a new tent.
And all you eat is fruit, so.
I need its fruit, yeah. But I'm going to go to Kmart and get another one, too. So I have two. That way I'm expanding. Living room, bedroom. Okay.
Just be like this.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo. You guys are a lot of fun. Couldn't have more fun.